Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you guys for being here. Welcome guys. Thank you. Buffalo Bill, good morning, man. We are going to start things off by heading out to the west. We have a quest to turn in. We have at least one follow-up to do, and another quest here for Rackmore's treasure. Rackmore, yeah. You can't make this stuff up because Blizz already did it. I like the work lurk. It's probably hard to say 5 times fast, but I like the work lurk. Virtual Echo, good morning, my man. Thanks for being here. Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to do this escort quest. We started it yesterday, and I wasn't 100% sure if it was safe or not, so I just kind of left the NPC to die, and we abandoned it. But I think I want to actually try it this morning. It seemed like it would be relatively safe if we clear the way in to the left. Blood Moon, good morning. I'm feeling great today. Yeah. I've been good for yesterday and today. We're basically back to 100%. As 100% as I ever feel, at least, you know? There's always an ache or a pain somewhere, but I feel good. Yeah, we got outside this morning, me and my son and the dogs. Played some basketball, threw the ball for the dogs. The little one just likes to eat grass and chase the big one. And roll around in dirt. And he likes to dig holes. We've given him an area of the yard where both him and my son like to dig holes. Monica, good morning. Thank you for stopping by the stream. How do I want to get inside of this place today? I guess taking the front entrance is probably just going to be the best. I don't think there's anywhere that we can like hop over the wall, so I don't think that's an option. This is going to be the way in. Let's take this guy out. The good thing is we're kind of over level for the area, so a lot of the NPCs here will ignore us unless we're like right on top of them. Larry, I'm the type of WoW player that you aspire to be. Well, I appreciate that, man. I hope that's just like a chill, relaxed, in it for the journey type of WoW player. When it comes to Classic Era especially, I mean, it's only and always about the journey. Yes, there are raids, you know, but it's going to take you 250 hours to get to see those raids. So you really have to be in it for the experience. I feel like I could probably ignore this guy, but I won't. We might as well do a food buff as well. We have plenty of smoked sagefish. Maybe we'll do another fishing, cooking stream this evening. It's either that or 5-mans in Wrath of the Lich King, and for some reason I just can't get super excited about the 5-mans in Wrath. Larry, that sounds like Classic Era is like basically right up your alley. Maybe even like Wrath of the Lich King could be fun for you. But I would say definitely Classic Era. Miles, good morning, man. Thanks for being here. New gosh, you're entitled to that opinion, my man. You're just not entitled to have it apply to everybody or for it to be factually correct in any way. Just because there are plenty of people who would feel the opposite. But you're definitely entitled to feel that way, if that's how you felt. Oh yeah, Miles, the non-hardcore servers are popping. And a lot of it is because they actually have a lot of them clustered together. So you could be seeing people who actually started the character on a different realm, but they've kind of overlaid a lot of the realms, so. And yeah, there's a lot of people playing Classic Era, and there's a lot of people playing Classic Era and they're not doing it on hardcore. And I feel like every day more people slide from hardcore servers into these really, really active Classic Era servers that are not hardcore, because I think that for most of the hardcore people, you know, that environment offers what they want. You know, they want to play around other players, and that's what hardcore brought us for a long time almost exclusively, was that there were always other players at low levels. And so you want to play around other players, you know, that's the first thing. You know, you want the world to feel active, and you're in it for the journey. And the hardcore journey feels really, really good until you die. So I think a lot of people, I think they play some hardcore and then they end up in those Classic Era servers that are not hardcore, because they fall in love with the way the game feels and they just want to keep playing it after death, you know. So yeah, they're really busy right now. Whitney, good morning. Thank you for stopping by the stream. This is like the super dangerous pull of this place. It's really the only dangerous pull. These guys, their daggers are so fast that we really have to kill one before we can heal. Like right now I have to get this heal in. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead with another heal just to be sure. Just a super dangerous pull. Even though they're like levels and levels beneath us. I might even have to pop this potion. We're not getting any crits. We're missing left and right. We don't have might up. Larry, these days, if I'm wondering where to go next, I have an add-on called Questie, which is kind of what's showing us the quest objectives and stuff. So these days, instead of like looking up a guide, I would say if you have Questie, you can kind of zoom out the map. And you can find the quests that are kind of in your level. Although there are lots of like decent leveling guides, I'm sure, like on Wowhead and stuff. But Questie will show you the levels of the quest, so you can kind of decide like, can I go here and grab this quest, or is it outside of my level? Type of thing. And if you're starting off though, you're really, if you want to zone hop early, you know, if you're not just moving on to the next area, but you want to hit up some areas that are at the same level that you're at. In the early game, you're talking about like moving like pretty big distances, you know, depending on what faction you are, to get to like another race's starting area. Definitely doable, and often worth it to go to those other starting areas. Kind of helps you get ahead of the leveling curve. So like you could do your human in Elwyn Forest for a bit, but then you could take him over to the dwarf starting area and do some stuff over that way. And if you're just starting off, a guide might be good with that, but Questie's a good start just to show you what level quests are, so you can decide if it's something you want to take on. Karen, good evening. Thank you for being here. Now I want to clear to the left because when we do the escort out, she's gonna come this way. So we got the patroller. Let's move in here. I'm gonna pull this guy like way back still. We're gonna back all the way here. Of course, I didn't empty our inventory, so this will be an escort out, and then we might have to head back to town to do that. Let's have all of our mana as we run into this place. Was that a one pull? Because, okay. Yeah. No, this is not good. See, we didn't have any two pulls on the other side. There were no two pulls on the other side. And so I have to wait to take that group until we have the lady following us. Yeah, I can't take them on my own because it's two casters. It's two casters, and I can't have two casters casting at me because that's how we get killed. So we're gonna have to clear to the right. And then we're going to have to let the NPC tank one of those casters on the way out. And that doesn't feel as good, but I think we can still do it. But yeah, we're going to have to clear... well, we have to clear to my left, which will be our right when we're on the way out. But yeah, either way, we have to clear this way. Because there's no two pull on this side that I remember. And that on the other side was a two pull of two casters. We can't do that. I could line of sight mess with them. If it was just one caster, I would line of sight mess with the caster while I killed the melee guy, but I think that was two casters. And I don't want to be getting hit by like fireballs and shadow balls and all that stuff. Iron, you like the banners? Yeah, there's two of them. We got the Alliance one up front while we're playing Alliance, and then when we're playing Horde, I plan to swap them. Well, that was really sloppy, and it got us hit with a fireball. Could have done that a lot cleaner. Jason, good morning. So this is what we're looking at. This is the two pull over here. So even if I pull this one, we're gonna, yeah, this is two casters, an adept and a shadow mage. And then over here. Oh no, the adepts are the dagger guy. Oh, daggers are so bad though. Is this a dagger guy? Either way. That's our 2-pull. Let's clear this last guy here. And she's gonna walk out this way. So we're gonna have to deal with the 2-pull pretty much right away. Now she should tank the first one and then we'll quickly kill that one. And then we'll move on to the next. But we need to be at full HP and full mana to do this. Okay, are we getting anything out of this? Oh yeah, well, yeah, that's not good. So no, we're getting nothing out of this. Okay, perfect.
Goddess watch over.
All right, let's do it. I want her to aggro these. Okay. Okay, she's gonna be out of line of sight. That's good. Okay, now I'm the one being shot at. That's not so good. I'd like to get her involved in this a little bit. Okay, they went down pretty quick. Can I buff her? I probably could. Probably could at least give her might. Did that take? Yeah, she's got might. I need mana. I'm gonna let her aggro the next group. And we will mana up. Well, this is not good. Wow, they both came out of me really fast. They just like kind of forgot about her. That was a little bit different. There we go. She got him back for a second. She is pretty tough. She has quite a bit of HP. Yeah. That's the good thing, is she's completely okay to tank them for a second. That's what kind of makes this doable. One would wish she'd slow down. She is one of the speedier escorts I've seen. She's gonna walk right past that guy. There we go. I'm pretty sure this will be the first escort quest that we've ever done on a hardcore character. Pretty sure that's what this is going to be, if I think about it. Can you guys remember any other escort quests that I've done on a hardcore character? I can't. Well, we tried... Did we do the Tauren lady on the Druid? There's the Tauren in Stone Talon Mountains. I think we tried to escort her, but I think we got her killed. But maybe that was not a hardcore run that I'm thinking about. Maybe that was like our Tauren Wrath of the Lich King Druid. The Boa, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for checking out the stream. It does feel like a long time ago, Virtual Echo. If we're talking about the Druid, yeah. Another hardcore lifetime ago. In a land far, far away. So she's about done. We're only escorting her to the marker on the map, right? There we go. Alright, that's awesome. And it turns in back in town, and that's where we have to head anyway, because I did not do a good job of emptying out our inventory either last night or today, this morning. So, yeah, we're going back to town. We'll stock up on some more water as well. We're down to 44, which feels like a lot, but I want to have like over 100 at all times. Especially with as much gold as we have that we don't need for anything. I want to have like over 100 water. And actually, are we using the right level of water? No, we're really not. We'll keep the rest of this and we'll use it, but we can buy the level 35 stuff. We've had access to it for a while. And we just haven't been using it. This still feels good. It still feels good. 1344. Yeah, see, we don't even have 1344 mana. So, like, as ret, this level of water still works for us. Does it chain into killing the other Night Elf, Jason? You know, I thought that there was some kind of confrontation with the brother or the other Night Elf or the one that goes evil. So maybe it's the follow-up? I kind of thought that it was going to be like an encounter at the end of that escort, but it wasn't the case. But yeah, there's probably going to be a follow-up. They kind of knew that he was going bad anyway. They were like, yeah, save her, and yeah, you know, he's probably not going to come with you. Yeah, they probably don't want a lot of people to know that like a Night Elf would turn towards the Fel, which I guess is what happened in this case. I think they're kind of supposed to be above that kind of thing, right?
I am listening.
Let's see. Delinda made it safely back here to Nigel's Point and in much better condition than I would have asked for. Or could have asked for. Not would have asked for. That would be rude. The fact that she arrived here under her own power was a good sign. I hope you're well. It pains me to know that both Tyrannus and Delinda didn't return, but the embarrassment of Tyrannus' decisions is hers to endure, and it is something she will have to deal with when she returns to Darnassus. Okay, maybe not a follow-up?
Goodbye.
I don't know, she'll have to deal with it when she returns to Darnassus, so yeah. Maybe we get a quest from her in Darnassus? I doubt it, the way Classic Era works. That quest is level 39. I don't think we're going to grab that yet. And I do need to get water, so let's do that. Yeah, you know, maybe the follow-up and stuff, maybe the subsequent quest or the event that I'm thinking about, maybe that was added in either Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King. You know how, like, in Dustswallow they put some more quests in? Maybe they did something similar with some of the questing here in Desolis. I'm not sure, but a lot of us seem to remember some kind of follow-up.
How are you?
So it's likely that they added something at some point. Alright, let's grab some moonberry juice.
See you around.
Alright, now we can head out to the west. Yep, we'll turn in the Scepter of Light, and we will go check out the islands for the Rackmore's treasure. Lael, yeah, I appreciate that too about Bagnon. I used to kind of organize my bags manually or leave them a complete mess. And I think both of those actions probably annoyed people. Because I was either like dragging stuff manually into my specific bags or I was just leaving it a shambles. But yeah, Bagnon helps a lot. I want to use some of these scrolls today. But I think I'm going to try to hold off until we are somewhere nearing combat. If I put them down there, then maybe I'll actually think about them. It's kind of weird that there's a copper vein in Desolis, which is a much higher level area than you would expect to find copper. It's one of those days where I can't get like comfortable in my chair. It's gonna be one of those days where I'm like constantly shifting, trying to find like some way to not be building up like pain and pressure in my spine. So bear with me if I seem a little bit more fidgety. It just seems like my chair felt off for me today. I'm not sure what it is about it, but it's left me a little bit fidgety. Timotheus, I usually do. Today I don't feel like that's the case because I can kind of feel like a point where pressure is kind of pinching my spine and I don't like it. I'm gonna try to move my chair a little bit more while I'm safe here. Alright, that's a little bit better. Yeah, I think I was just too far out from the desk or something weird was going on. This'll do. We'll see in 3 hours if this was okay or not. It almost feels like someone else sat in my chair, which I know for a fact is not the case. But that's almost what it feels like. Yeah, what's worse than just the pain is that like it's cumulative. So like every day you sit with bad posture, it's like you don't even, it's not even just dealing with the pain that day, but it's like it's going to be cumulative and chronic over time. It's insidious, especially if you have a lifestyle where like you can't really avoid time sitting. You don't have the choice to just like stand up whenever you want, as much as you want. If you don't have that choice, then it's even more important to try to make sure that like you're not in a weird posture. Sometimes, though, you end up in a slightly weird posture that you don't really realize it. Like, I have decent back posture, but I have really bad neck posture. So, like, my neck is usually, like, either thrust forward or thrust back. And, like, it's just not good neck posture, and it's one of the things that I have not been able to do much about. This dude is down below. That's a scary amount of fall damage. I have to remember that, like, yeah, fall damage is not a joke. Fall damage is not a joke. That was a huge chunk of our HP for no good reason. Just sheerly... I don't know if this guy has a follow-up or not.
Greetings.
Do you have the Scepter of Light? We do. The elusive Scepter of Light, your acquisition of it has removed a grave threat to the world. Well done, Paladin. Well done. We did something really cool, and it was thematic for our class. Rambles, I entrust you with the Gem of the Serpent. Place this gem on the serpent statue's hand on Ranajar Isle, a small island northwest of here. Placing it will summon the one who protects the Book of the Ancients. This book contains the secrets of the Naga, secrets that have been kept for centuries. Bring this book to me and we will learn much about our scaled foes. Oh, okay. So they'd probably learn about, like, Ajara and stuff from this book. Leo, that's a good point. I haven't thought much about my monitor height. I think the one that... my main monitor is probably good. My second monitor, I think, is too low and causes me to kind of look down. That's a good point. Male with agility stam. You know, the agility might be better than the spirit. I don't know if we get some crit out of agility or what we get out of it. But it's a different look,
Light bless you.
and I think we can pair this up with the treasure quest, which we can pick up down on the shore down here. I'm not jumping down there. This is an interesting part of Desolis to me. Obviously, it looks vastly different. What does this zone look the most like? What does this part of the zone look the most like that isn't Desolis? Chat Manly, thank you for being here. I appreciate you checking out the stream, man. Knife ears gone wild. Gonna have to decline. No hardcore in the tag. Yeah, I guess a lot of guilds, when you're in a hardcore guild, you don't log in for a day. They kick you out. Which is perfectly fine by me. I don't mind. But now, as a consequence to that, we do get occasional random guild invites. And since we're not doing any dungeons on this character, I'm actually fine staying guildless. I could probably turn off the guild invites so they can't pop through. Level 38 warrior here. I've been really curious recently. I wonder if he's going to let me get in range to inspect his hardcore tab. Okay, good. Passed. I've been curious about inspecting people's hardcore tabs recently to see how many people... I saw a lot of people for like a day that I was checking, I saw a lot of people in pending status. And I was like, well, I've never been in pending status. Why are so many people in pending? So now I like to check out people's verification when I see them. Just out of curiosity, a little bit of data gathering. Yeah, I would recommend Paladin for hardcore. Paladin is the reason why this playthrough is still going. We have so many bubbles and things that we can do just to negate incoming damage. Any class that has a button that just stops all damage for a little bit of time is the way to go, and the Paladin has lots of those ways, so... Yep, I would definitely... We have 2 that protect us from physical and magic damage, and they just last a certain amount of time. It's 100%. Priest also, power word shield on the priest, really powerful. So yeah, if you're starting off in hardcore looking to get your feet wet, I would definitely recommend a priest or a paladin for like some kind of initial longevity. It's a decent shield. Of course, it looks really dumb, but it's a decent shield. Okay, so now what? Now to the islands. So we're looking for a golden key and a silver key off the coast here. So the silver key, I think, like the clappers, the Mirakrama little clacker guys over here, whatever they're called. Let's see. These are called dry snap crawlers. Okay, so I don't know what type of beast it is, but the cool thing about this area is if you see these little bubbles over here, if you come over here and fight, it'll refill your breath bar. So yeah, let's pull this guy over to the bubbles. That way we have to worry less about suffocating under here, because as you can see, our breath bar is going quickly. Then again, we've got this other guy here, who's probably also going to aggro, but at this point we're kind of committed. Look at that. How cool is that? I didn't know, it took me 19 years of playing WoW to know that we could find these little bubbles and that we can get our breath back. DC's here, LS? Shit. Yeah, DCing underwater would not be good. Oh god. Now if I got killed by a DC, that's something that I would put in a ticket for. We'd keep going and I would put in a ticket. Cause yeah, letting a random DC kill me, now that's a bug. The elevator death was not a bug, but if I drown because of a water DC or something like that, then that's something that I'm gonna put in a ticket for. Cause that would be some heinous shit. Dylan, I can relate to that, man. I hope that it can stay chill for you. Some days we're pretty chill in the stream. Other days, some people would probably say it's a little less chill, but I do understand anxiety. And it is something that I've dealt with for a long time. And it's never easy to deal with it, no matter what's going on in your life. Because a lot of it just feels like outside of your control most of the time. Now the crappy thing about fighting in the water, obviously, is that I can't mana up as efficiently as I would like to. So, yeah. These guys are a random chance to drop the key, so we kind of have to fight a bunch of them. And this is a quest, I've only done this a handful of times, so yeah, you mentioned the DCs, I hope we don't get DC'd. We could drink on the boat. Okay. Yeah, that might... Well, is any of the boat above water? Because I don't think it's a matter of having something under our feet, otherwise we can just swim to the bottom and drink. I don't think any part of it's above water. Maybe the mast? Maybe part of the mast is above water? We can stand on it? We can go investigate it. Because otherwise this is going to get pretty tedious unless we get this to drop really, really fast. This could get tedious. Yeah, it looks like all the exposed parts are underwater where we can stand. Let's try the net. What about just these crates? Oh, snap. Look at that. That's the ticket right there. We can sit on these crates. How cool is that? I did not think that these would be an object that we could actually stand on, so this is really cool. Now we just need like 3 times the number of enemies to be around here and we'd be good. We would actually have stuff to fight. And we'd be good. Got a couple guys here. We'll have to pull them up to the surface, obviously. Yeah, you know that somebody coded that in like that on purpose so that like attentive people would realize that they could drink out here. It seems like that was definitely something that a dev would have done intentionally. I'm like, he's floating at the top, that's cool, and then he dives to the bottom like a jerk. And then we have to pull him all the way back to the top. Oh shit, boys. That's how it happens. You get disconnected in the water. Let's get ourselves back in. You guys called it. Oh shit. Oh, look at that. Thank you, solid state hard drives and fiber internet connections. Oh, holy shit. LS, man, you did tell me, man. Oh, wow. That'll get your blood pumping. Chat jinxed it. No, chat tried to warn me. They were like, hey, you're gonna get DC'd here. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. Now, it probably has to do with something, like firing off an ability in the water or as we surface. Okay. I don't like it. We're gonna definitely make sure that we're like up top. You know what I mean? We're not gonna fight in the water if we can avoid it. I gotta pull people though. You know, I gotta pull this guy. Oh wait, he's just not pulling. I don't. Oh, that was weird. I have 0 depth perception. Like in the water, I can't see how far we are from stuff. So. I'm glad that he can hit us. Like he's not anywhere near us, but he can hit us from all the way down there. That was pretty cool of him. I need to blow. You ask, am I a full-time streamer or is this a hobby? I'm not a full-time streamer the way that you're thinking about full-time anything. Because you're thinking about like a full-time job. And this isn't a job to me. It's something I do that I love. And I'm really fortunate that I don't have to have a full-time job right now the way that you are talking about a job. But the answer is no. And it's not just a hobby either. It's something I love to do, and I'm lucky to be able to spend this much time doing it. Alright, so we need a golden key. The golden key is going to be on a Naga. maybe any Naga. But I'd like to fight the ones that are kind of near the land, you know. We got lucky with that silver key, and we didn't have to hang out down there any longer and face those terrible disconnects. Game-ending disconnects. Yeah, let's. Ooh, these guys are really close together. I don't like that. Let's see. Yeah, these guys are together. These guys are... Let's try this guy here. I'm assuming it's all just going to be random. Kind of like the silver key was. Chat, your wife kills you if you get on a WoW again? Bought a gaming laptop without telling or playing secretly while she sleeps? I can't really give you relationship advice, my man. So I won't really give you... Oh, that was the wrong button. I won't give you any relationship advice per se. I will say that sounds like shit. I will say that. That would not be able to be a relationship that I was in. If my wife killed me every time I played WoW. And if I had to play in secret. Usually when you're having to do anything in secret from a spouse, that's a sign that something in the relationship needs to change. Sometimes that's as easy as a conversation. Sometimes it involves legal documents being drawn up. But I would never advise anyone to be in a position like that. And also, you know, if there are core fundamental things that you love to do in the world, you shouldn't have to change those things about yourself either. Because guess what, boys? We only get to do this once. Yeah, life is on hardcore mode, it turns out. You know, you don't get to make yourself miserable and re-roll later. You get one shot to not be miserable. And the world makes it hard enough. The world is basically stacked against you to make sure that you're as miserable as possible all the time. So you have to find all the things you can do to make sure that you enjoy the time that you have while you're here. So you only get one. Right, Leo says, I will have no one tell me how I can spend the money I earned. And more important than that is, like, don't let somebody tell you how to spend your time. Yeah, because you can make more money, but you ain't making more time. Don't let anybody tell you how you can spend your time. You know, if there's something you're dying to do and you're in a situation where someone is stopping you from doing it, it's time to not be in that situation. Sometimes it's not as easy as that, but then that requires a conversation to be had that explains, hey, I love this thing for these reasons. Here's the times that I will be doing this thing. Good luck. Alright, Eminem. Yeah. Hey, I went to the same high school Eminem went to. 10 years later. I'm 10 years younger than him, but I kind of grew up in the same places. Just a random coincidence. Lincoln High School. On 8.5 Mile and Van Dyke Road. I think here's something I think about, especially about WoW players, and this is like, it's gonna sound stupid, but I think sometimes WoW players, we take a break from WoW. Sometimes that break lasts a couple months. Sometimes it lasts a couple years, and I think what happens to some people, and this is how people end up in this situation where they want to play WoW, but their wife, their spouse, their significant other is like, what the fuck, no way. You meet these people when you're not playing World of Warcraft. You meet these people when you're on a break. Right, you're on a break from WoW, and then you never tell them or inaugurate them into WoW. So it's like, then it's like a year later and you really feel the itch, except you've never talked about World of Warcraft to this person because you haven't been playing it and you think that they'll hate it for some reason anyway. So now you're in this relationship with someone who's not a gamer, they're not a WoW player, they don't know about WoW, and worse, maybe they don't know that you've ever played WoW. And I think people end up in that situation, because what happens when you stop playing WoW? Well, you go outside your door and you meet humans. And shit happens, you know? Sometimes you quit playing WoW and you don't think you're going back anyway, so you're like, I don't need to talk about my 20 years of playing WoW with this person, I'm never playing that game again. But then you're going to, you know, because it's probably something that you fell in love with a long time ago. And I think that happens to some people. Because I think, like, if you're a person who's playing WoW every day already, and you meet somebody, they're gonna know you're playing WoW every day. And then they're gonna make their choices about your relationship based on, like, the facts about you. But I think sometimes people come off of WoW, and they get into a relationship, and they think, well, maybe I won't ever go back, I don't need to talk about it. and I think that happens to some people. And it's like, you know, there's obviously like a huge difference between a spouse being upset that you're spending 40 hours a week on WoW and being upset anytime you want to log in. And that's a big difference to keep in mind as well, as like, you know, there are reasonable expectations and accommodations, and then there's just unreasonable expectations. And obviously, like, an unreasonable expectation is for someone who loves you to say, well, you can't do this thing that you love. I don't understand it, I don't like it, and I don't appreciate it, so you're not doing it. That's unacceptable. But for someone to say, hey, honey, you know, you've been playing WoW 8 hours a day, every day for the past 6 months, I think it's time to spend some hours with the kids. Like, that's completely understandable. So it is also always about, like, the degree to which you are playing the game or want to play the game. Which also for WoW players changes over time. You know, there have been times in my life when I've played a lot. There have been times in my life when I've played very little. Moseth, welcome, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Chris, definitely. I've also taken many breaks from the game. Some of them have been years, some of them have been months. And yeah, it definitely happens. And it's a good thing too. You should, if you do something for so long, you should always take breaks from it and go do other stuff. There should always be times in your life when, like, you're not playing WoW. We got the golden key. We got the silver key, we got the golden key. We can go here, we can pop the treasure, and we can get the Book of the Ancients. This came together really, really well. I remember trying to do this on our human priest Athos way, way back in original classic vanilla. And it took forever. It took forever, it felt like, to get the keys. So this actually happened really, really swiftly, and that pleases me. That might have been the same guy as earlier. I'm bad at remembering character names. But I am obsessed with checking people's hardcore verification. It's been a new thing I've been obsessed with the last couple of days. I just need to know how many of these people are passing, how many are pending something. Now these guys are level 35. We're gonna have to fight them to get over to the statue and to clear this, so I need to be a little bit more careful here than I have been being up until this point. Yeah, he took quite a bit of HP out of us. Alright, we're taking the shield. Alright, who are we gonna have to fight here? We're probably just gonna have to clear both of these guys. We'll pull him first, and then we'll pull her. Oh, you guys are lower level. Okay. Level 33 and 32 on this side of the island for some reason. That works fine for me. I'm completely okay with that. Now, does this spawn like an enemy or anything when I click it? I don't remember. I think not. I think we just get the item that we need. But I really can't remember. Let's get our mana back just in case. Also, I probably need to be using the rest of these before I move on into my next set of water. Let's do that. It spawns an enemy. Okay, I might just try to run really quickly away. That being said, the island is not very large. I might not be able to leash them. Oh wait, we might need the enemy for the item, right? I actually need to kill the enemy. Because the enemy is going to have the book yeah, okay. I see now what's going to have to happen. And I think it's going to be okay. Oh, as he resists the judgment. Yeah, that was not what we wanted to have happen. That wasn't too bad. And that's it. For some, you know, I spent so much time here on the priest trying to farm that item that, you know, it felt like we finished these super fast. Yeah, we can go turn them in. It's nice to have these quests because, yeah, we're at a level range where I don't have a lot of questing for us to do. So when we can find like 2 quests here, 3 quests here, 1 quest here, it's actually helping a lot. It's helping a lot to inch us through because we need to get to like level 42 before I even want to take us into Tannerus. Now I have a feeling we're going to end up in Tannerus at level 40. Which is fine. We can farm on like the Waste Wanderer tribes, so we can just farm on them for a while. Maybe we'll get some decent drops because Jesus, we really need some new. We need a new weapon. We need a new weapon really bad. We got this weapon in Ashenvale by doing a Barrow Den quest a long time ago. So yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. We're getting into some crazy tough levels. 6 is happy Wednesday, man. Yeah, we've all made it this far. The Paladin has made it this far into the week. I had a rough start to my week. My week started with trying to do 5-man runs in retail on Monday. That was how my week started. It has been a slow week since then. Leo, the scam calls and scam texts and stuff are like off the chain. I ignore everything that comes to my phone that isn't somebody that I know, you know. No one's out there needing to get a hold of me that way.
Light be with you.
It's at that point where I literally just ignore everything. Oh, we get the Book of the Ancients. The long-lost Book of the Ancients. I will ensure this book is passed on to the High Council. You've done well today, and for that you are to be thanked, as a hero should be thanked. With some gear that we can actually use. He's absolutely right. That is how a hero should be thanked. With gear they can use.
For the Alliance.
So I think we're going to throw those on. And sadly, this guy has nothing else for us to do. I really love this little area here in Desolis. These quests, when I first found them, were like super interesting to me. And yeah, but sadly that's all that there is. And with that being said, that might be all that we're doing here right now in Desolis. We might need to go somewhere else. Chet, did I try the voiceover add-on? Yeah, we did try it for a couple of the start of this playthrough, I thought. No, maybe not this one. The start of the Paladin that we got killed to Princess. We started that with the voiceover add-on, I think. I liked it. I just didn't want to have it in the recordings in case Blizz ever said no. You know what I mean? Like, but I would say, like, for individual people, like, if you want to hear the quest and you're interested in the lore and the story, but you don't want to read it, which is, like, it's a lot of reading, definitely use the voiceover add-on. I wholly support people using it for their private playthroughs because it's really awesome for AI voice. They get the proper nouns correct. They did the work to get the proper nouns correct. And the inflection is usually okay. Sometimes you can obviously tell, like, oh, it's an AI voice. But they get the inflection good enough of the time that it's not bothersome. So yeah, we've used it. I like it. And I think you should use it too. Auntie, my plans for the Midsummer Festival, like the in-game events, usually I think I'm going to treat this one the exact same way I think that I treat every holiday event. And so what I like to do first is I like to completely ignore it. And then the next thing that I do, and the most important part of this for it to work properly, is that I continue to ignore it. I don't know why. I'm taking the piss out of it, but I do ignore holiday events. I don't engage with them, and I've always been that way. I think they're cool. Like, I'm like, oh, cool, it's cool to have holiday events. That's very thematic. But then I don't engage with them, like, in any way. You know what I mean? I've never even done the Dark Moon Fair stuff, and I should. I feel like sometimes they put, like, story and lore into some of that stuff. Like, hide it there. But yeah, I'm gonna ignore it. There's no ribbon pulls in Classic Era, right? We can't spin to get our bonus XP. That was only Burning Crusade and forward. The actual holiday ante, same thing. No, I think I wish I could do the same thing. Yeah, that's how my approach to real life holidays too, basically. At this time, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I think we're taking some days and we're doing some tent camping for a few nights. So yeah, there will be a few days where we won't have any streams, because I will be in a tent. I will be in a tent. It's probably going to last 3 nights. I don't think that any of us are going to last longer than that, and we're not going to be like super far from home. We're just going up north a little bit. And yeah, I think like the first night will be novel. The second night we'll start to feel probably some of the miseries of sleeping in a tent, and then we'll do the third night, and then we'll probably come home. It doesn't have to be miserable, but it sure does sound like it might be, especially if it doesn't cool off at night, you know, like if when it's hot at night and you're trying to sleep in a tent, it's the worst fucking thing. So I'm kind of hoping, like in Michigan we usually have cool nights, so I'm hoping like when we do this in a couple weeks or a week and a half, I'm like, yeah, I'm just hoping that we get some cool nights. That's all. I'll have some immersive pre-recordings going up on the channel while I'm out, but yeah, obviously there won't be streams for a few days around the holiday. I'll do a stream the day that we're leaving. Somehow we'll fit it in, even if it's like a weird time. And then probably I'll do a stream definitely the day we come back. So I'll minimize the lack of content, but our guy will have some time to get some rest at XP, definitely. Now, can someone confirm whether there is the ribbon pull buff in Classic Era? Layla, is that in Classic Era? Because I guess I haven't seen a ribbon pull yet or anything. I kind of thought that was like BC and up. Yeah, we're flying out of here. I just really haven't thought about where we're going next. Not in Classic, yeah. It was BC, right, that added that stuff. Alright, so, taking a look at things. We really, we can go back to Stranglethorn. We don't have anything low level to do there. We've gained a level since we were in Dustswallow. You know, we're 1 level stronger. Could we go back to Dustswallow? We might be able to. We might be able to do the Myrefin heads. We might be able to do these quests. Maybe. And I really don't know where else I would take us, you know? I really don't know where else I would take us. Yeah, Jason, exactly. Everything is like fun in games and stuff until like you're sweaty, miserable, and now it's time to go to bed where normally you'd like shower and have it go to bed. Now you gotta crawl into a tent. Yeah, and we're working on like an outdoor shower solution. There's a couple things you can buy where you hang the sack of water and you get like a little curtain and you can shower outside. It's like I can't go a day without cleaning myself because the world is disgusting enough.
Ishnu Allah.
Let's go to Stranglethorn. I guess that's what we're doing. We have a 7-minute flight. If you guys need to refill the coffee, or to get a snack, or to just stand up and stretch your legs, which I'd highly advise. We got 7 minutes. We're not doing anything. Then we're catching a boat, so then we got like 5 more minutes, depending on where the boat's at. And I really don't know what we're going to do in Stranglethorn. I might just go grind for a little bit on some like level 34, 35 stuff. Because there isn't really a lot that I want to do here. Unless there are quests available that for some reason we haven't picked up. We have a turn-in, that's cool. Yeah, Auntie, I'm sure. If it was for a purpose like that, I don't mind doing it, but what my thing is like when we're using like vacation time to do something that's gonna make me physically miserable for a lot of the time, I have trouble with it. If it's for a purpose, I can do whatever needs to be done. You know, I don't need to shower if I just have to survive and make it. Then yeah, that's absolutely fine. But it's like, if I'm trying to actually enjoy a weekend or a few days, and like, yeah, being sweaty and disgusting and feeling disgusting is not how I'm gonna do that. I don't know, it'll be fine. There will be really enjoyable parts of it. And then eventually I'll be home. I'll get to crawl back into my basement office, and where it's nice and cool. And, you know, life will resume its normal cadence. I have problems with, like, order, too. Like, part of my anxiety is, like, doing something different for too many days in a row that's outside of my routine. Not being able to maintain my routine across multiple days in a row really starts to make me anxious. And I like... Because I need things to go so, like, in a day, in a week. And so I have trouble conceptually with vacationing, like, where vacationing takes me away from my home. Because all of my things are here, and my routines are here, and my work is here, and my joy is here, and it's like, so I have to leave all these things behind to get to experience something that, yes, is probably going to be enjoyable. But yeah, I often wish that I didn't also have to leave all these things behind. I think a big-ass RV, and like a hotspot, and a place to install my rig. And then I'd probably be fine. Like, if I could spend the day outside sweating in the wilderness and playing with the dogs and the boy and having a good time, and then I could catch a shower, retreat into the RV, slam the door shut, turn on the AC, flip on the computer in the hotspot, and we can do a stream. That would be cool. Vince, my 5-man mythic experience on retail, that was a 5-man normal dungeon, a series of normal dungeons that I did, if that's what you're talking about. And no, I did not list that VOD after the VOD ended. I chose to delist that VOD. Because I dropped so many F-bombs in that VOD, and I was so angry that what I don't want is to ever make a single penny of ad revenue off of that VOD. So the VOD didn't go up because it was doing those 5-man normal dungeons in retail the other day. That was the worst experience I've had in World of Warcraft. Period. End of sentence. And what it did is it showed me that Mythic has broken 5-man content for retail. It's made it a miserable cesspool of fucking agony and stupidity. And I will never do another 5-man dungeon in retail. If I do ever go back to retail, I will never touch another 5-man dungeon. I was reminded of why I stopped running 5-mans during Legion. It's because of Mythic. Yeah, I apologize to the people who had to be there for it. It was what they call a shit show, obviously. And so yeah, if I ever pick up retail again, if I ever get back on that character, and currently retail is not installed on my PC. But if I ever get over that and go back, what I've had to acknowledge is that I can't do 5-man content anymore. I could probably raid, because raiding is not a time trial. So raid, and there's not a lot of trash in raids anymore anyway, a lot of it's just the boss fights. So I could probably raid, but yeah, I guess I'd have to just ignore 5-man content completely. Which is okay. Like, it's okay but I wasn't ready for that, like, I wasn't ready for that reality. So when I got into those runs and I saw how awful they were, like, I was really, really shocked. Deeply fucking disturbed. And so I was like, no. And I haven't been back on retail since. And like I said, I think eventually I will probably finish that character before we lose the XP buff and get him to max level. But yeah, I have to do that with a little bit of a different mindset. So yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time. And I should have known better, you know, I should have known better. And we did like 3 runs and I got progressively more PO'd at each run. And I kept doing them in the hopes that like maybe it would just seem a little bit different. But no, it was obviously what it was. It's people pretending to do Mythic. They have to play the 5-mans the way they think they're going to have to do the Mythic runs. Because they have to build the muscle memory, they have to do the routes, they have to pull 30 guys. They have to do it all to train themselves to do Mythics. It just is it's a miserable way to play the game is all. Sixes, I don't care about Joyous Journeys. No, I'm talking about the wins of whatever for retail, which goes on, I thought, until July 10th. I know Joyous Journeys is done. I didn't care about that. The last thing I wanted was to level another character through Wrath of the Lich King. It turned out that was the last thing I wanted right now. So we didn't do that. And you know, I got onto Wrath, and we did some 5-mans in Wrath, and that was like, it was more enjoyable than the retail ones. But you know, at the end of the day, I don't really have a big reason to farm 5-man content in Wrath of the Lich King. Lil, you got a mage going in hardcore and a mage in Wrath? Yeah, it's fun sometimes to see how different the classes play. Absolutely. I like having that comparison sometimes. Let's see. So, now we get on the boat. How's our bags looking? They're looking okay. Smoke, what are my thoughts on Blizzard adding more hardcore vanilla content? Completely new content? And they're not going to do that. If you're talking about Blizzard adding content to Classic Era and adding like zones, dungeons, bosses, talent revamps, and new enemies, if you're talking about anything that requires a group of developers to come together and develop content for the game, that's never going to happen. because they don't have a way to sell it. It's different when like a couple of programmers do some changes and we have Season of Mastery, right? Where I think that they made the bosses at the raids a little bit harder. Maybe they dropped some more loot. And then we had the XP. That took one guy, like some programming, to make Season of Mastery work. But they're never going to pay a team of people to put content into this game because they can't sell it to you. You get this game free with your sub. There's no way for them to get value out of it. Yeah, they'll never do it. That's what I think about it. Yeah, we live in a world of realities, and the biggest realities that are imposed upon us are those imposed by capitalism. And so yeah, I used to like hope and wish and dream for shit. And think, oh, this would be so cool, they should do this, maybe they will, but they won't. There's no reason to wish for it, you just gotta live in the reality that you're handed. What you'll get instead is you'll get what I talked about. You'll get, if you're lucky, you'll get seasonal content for Classic Era. And you'll get that once a year if you're really... Notice, we had Season of Mastery and then a whole year passed without them even talking about seasonal content. And the only reason they talk about seasonal content now is because Hardcore got people back into Classic Era. Or people got into Classic Era and Hardcore again at the same time. On our own we did this. So now they want to talk about a new season, right? But they let a whole fucking year pass after SOM without really talking about SOM, without saying this is the lessons that we learned and what we'll do in the... They went radio dark. So you'll be lucky to even get seasonal content for Classic Era. And it probably won't be the kind of seasonal content you want. It'll probably be just like SOM. They will give you an experience buff of some kind. They will change a little bit about how dungeons work and give out loot, shit like that. And then they'll set you off for a year of leveling that you don't need, to do raids that you don't want to do. And yeah. And I think they'll get to do that maybe 1 or 2 more times, and then there will be no player base for it again, and then we will all have to move on. I don't have a lot of optimistic thoughts about Classic Era and its future these days, if you guys haven't noticed. But I can only operate on what I have been shown by Blizzard, by the information that they give us, so on and so forth. And what they've given us is nothing. And when they do give us stuff like SOM, it's not very good. So I expect more of that. And like, for Blizzard, the thing is, it's not even about the devs. The developers aren't the people who make the financial calls. The developers might be sitting there like, oh my god, we have so many awesome ideas we would love to put into Classic Era. Wow, look at all this like work we've done in our free time. And the bosses at Activision, the CEOs and shit who are in charge of making shareholders more money, they look at it and they say, how do we sell that? And the developers say, well, we won't. We would put it in the game. So let me stop you right there. We can't sell it. You don't work on it. Get your ass going on making some more skins for the cash shop. And that's how that conversation goes. But it's not the devs. It's got zero to do with the devs. The devs make a salary, a low one, you know, for where they live in the world mostly. And it's the money makers, the CEOs, the VPs, the Ps that tell them what they will or will not work on. Absolutely, there are people at Blizzard on the development side and the leadership side who would love to do awesome things you guys think about for Classic Era. But no one at Activision is going to be able to see a way to make money off of it because there's not one. And so that's why we never get that stuff. Miles, you would be fine seeing the classic and retail subs be split? Yeah, that'd be fine, but like even that is still not, it's not going to bring them enough money to like make new content. If you want to see like a classic plus, they'd have to be able to sell you an expansion, which they really can't do because WoW players expect an expansion to be certain things. WoW players need an expansion to have more levels to level through. So if we wanted to keep Classic Era Classic, we couldn't do that. So they'd have to sell you an expansion full of content that doesn't really let your character progress. There would just be a lot more evergreen content for a character to do. Like they would put in some endgame zones that you could see the stories and get some gear and stuff like that. No one's going to buy that because it doesn't offer them the expansion experience that their brains have been trained to expect from a Warcraft expansion. So there's no way to sell it. There's no way to market it. It's a shame, but it is what it is. Alright, what's going on here? The Captain's Chest, Elite Quest. Okay, cool. Anything else we can pick up? Bloodsail Buccaneers is 41. Can't do that yet. Let's go get our turned in. We'll go from there. We might just end up grinding for a little while. I don't have a lot of things and thoughts of stuff we can do at this level because there really isn't a lot. Like, yeah, if they split the subs, they'd make a little bit more money. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, what it might do is it might make people who play both right now, people have to choose, and I think a lot of people will choose retail. I think if a lot of people had to choose whether they were going to play Classic, a done game, as awesome as it is, or they're going to pay for retail, I think people would just pay for retail. Or they wouldn't play. That's the other unfortunate thing that happens when you split stuff. You force people to choose, and sometimes people will come down on the side of that choice that you really don't want them to.
Glad I could help.
Okay, do you have more quests? You had a couple quests. Venture Company Mining, Zanzil's Secret. We can't do either of those. Yeah, we're just not in a position to really do any questing right now. Let's head out and try to run to a place where maybe we can grind on some enemies. It's not going to be really in the southern part of Stranglethorn, which is pretty dangerous, but it'll be somewhere to the north a bit. Yeah, Smoke, I think a lot of people will check out the hardcore servers, but I think that the majority of people are going to bounce off of them pretty quickly. Heck yeah, Lael, get use out of your time, man. Do some grinding. Don't let me distract you from progress. Definitely progress. Oh, that's a cool little area. Can we get up to this bell? Can we get up to that bell? Why have I never been up to the bell before? That's not the way. And there's no internal staircase, but it definitely seems like there's a way to get up to that bell. We can click the bell. Has anybody ever clicked the bell? Yeah, I hope that's true, Miles, but again, like, yeah, I want that to be right. I feel like that would be right. Unfortunately, I feel like so many people play Classic also just because they get it with their sub. That's my biggest worry. My biggest worry is that, like, I think, like, we get a lot of people that play retail. And I think a lot of them come and they play hardcore. So in hardcore and in Classic era, we feel like, oh, we've got a lot of people who are super interested in this version of the game. And they are super interested in it, right? Because they get to have it with the whole package. But I just wonder, like, how many people would still be willing to pay if it were split off. I just worry that it would be less. That's all. There's no way to know until they do it. You know, they probably have, like, teams of guys trying to crunch those kinds of numbers to see, like, would it be worth it to do exactly that. I'm sure they have analytics about it. I don't think it's living in the clouds. It's you know, you're wishing that they could make the game a little bit more profitable so that they could do more with the game, so that they could add more stuff. It's not living in the clouds. It's just like, okay, it's a little bit living in the clouds, but it's okay. It's a reasonable amount of hope to have. Yeah. Like, it's a reasonable amount of hope to have. Now, Alex said if I run into this person, like, if I clip through her, she will attack. So, like, she's not aggressive, but we can't, like, run right up to her. Let's give her the road and show some respect. And also, like, all of my opinions about what they're going to do and what happens, like, all of my opinions are very... pragmatic's not really the right word. But are very rooted in my understanding of how capitalism works. I have a very negative view of, like, how these things happen, and I feel like it often turns out to be close to reality, but it is just my view of how things might go. Blizzard could surprise us any day. by announcing Classic Plus. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know what they're going to do, just what I sense they're going to do based on what I understand of capitalism and what I understand of their past decision making. Omaha, why Seal of Light? Why not Seal of Light? What do you mean, man? Seal of Crusader, Seal of Righteousness. These are the seals that we're using right now. Crusader, we judge that, we go with Righteousness, we get the extra holy damage. I don't even think we have Seal of Light. I'm not sure if Seal of Light and Seal of Wisdom even exist. If they do, we have. Oh, we do have Seal of Light rank 1. Yeah, we just don't use it. Cool, cool. That would give us a little bit of health back, I think, when we strike. Yeah, Lael, the Fire Festival did start today. Yep, and in Wrath you get the thing to spin around for the XP buff. It's funny how like that did not overlap with Joyous Journeys. They didn't want you to have Joyous Journeys and the ribbon pull. One thing we could do, we can go check this area. We could try to get the regulator blueprints. It's a bit of a higher level, but I don't think that the guy comes with any ads, so if we can get up there and we can tag him, if there's not like a big line of people, then we can possibly get one quest done here. Yeah, smoke 3 more levels, and it's about 20 hours at this point till we get our mount. Especially with as slow as we're going now, like look how long it's been since we completed the quest. It's going to be a long, long time to hit 40, unfortunately. That's just how it is. Deep Valley, this is your first kid you're having in October? Oh, man. Good luck to you. I hope you're on the younger side. We had our son when I was 30, and I feel like that was like a little bit too old. And I always kind of wish that if I was gonna have a kid that I'd have done it a little bit earlier in life. Jason, that guild kicked me, man, because I was offline for a full day. So graciously, I got kicked from that guild. Smoke, you're not the only one that feels that way. Yeah, flying for me definitely breaks the immersion. It's not even like it breaks the immersion, it stops you from getting immersed. It doesn't even break it. Like it doesn't allow there to be like ground mounts are great. Once you can just lift off and soar above everything, then yeah, it really takes away from the feeling that it's a great big world that you inhabit. It just makes the world smaller. It was less impactful, you know, in BC and Wrath, I feel like, than in Dragonflight, because in Dragonflight you can get from one end of the continent to the other in about 45 seconds, and like, yeah, that doesn't really make the world seem big. When you can get from one end to the other in 45 seconds, it makes the world seem really, really small and trivial. Which, when you feel like the world is small and trivial, you're not going to feel like it's this really great, big place that you have this, like, existence in. You're not going to get immersed in it. It makes it basically impossible for that kind of immersion to happen. But that's not what retail's about anymore, so it doesn't even really matter. Retail's not about the journey, it's not about getting immersed in the journey, it's not about that anymore, so it's like... It's not even worth it to complain about it to me. It's like, retail is what it is. Retail is about the focused endgame group content. And recently they've been putting some like solo player stuff in there to appease solo players who make it to endgame, and I can't care about solo player endgame. It turns out it's really hard to care about gear when you're not really doing a lot with it. But some people like that kind of thing. But yeah, retail has kind of given up the mantle of being about the journey, and like thankfully we have classic era. Wrath of the Lich King is still, to me, that's still a journey you can go on. It's not one that I've wanted to go on recently, but it is still there. It does still exist. Do you think it could be more immersive virtual if they made you take care of the mounts and stuff? That would add a cool layer to things. Instead of making you take care of them with dragons, they make you have like a talent tree that you have to progress through and stuff. Like, instead of giving you something like immersive and like rooting the character, they gave you something you have to grind. A system to grind instead of a pet to take care of and love. It sounds like Blizzard. Oh yeah, Smoke says, what if you have 100 mounts? Then some of them are going to die. Okay, because I don't got time to groom and feed and take care of 100 mounts. So some of them aren't going to make it. That's it. I think it'd be cool for like the dragon, just having like your one dragon, even though you change his appearance, if there were like aspects to like taking care of him that could like give him bonuses and stuff. But that's kind of like a different game. Omaha, I don't like Seal of Crusade. I think Seal of Crusade's fine. I use it, man. I'm using Seal of Crusade. Like every pull I use it. I think it's fine. I don't like Seal of Command. Yeah. Seal of Command is the one that I don't like. That's why we're not spec'd into it. But I like Seal of Crusader and I like Seal of Righteousness enough to spec into both of them, so. See, we laid this one up. That's going to give us increased holy damage, and then every tick of Righteousness that we swing with is going to generate some holy damage, so we're getting the bonus holy damage. That's why we're pairing these two up together. The alternative is that we would use Seal of Command, which we tried for a while and I didn't like it. So, yeah, I didn't like Seal of Command. We tried it. Didn't like it. We had a slow two-handed, we had a slow axe then, but now we have kind of a faster weapon, which is better for the build that we're doing. Yep. That was a nice little bit of bonus damage off the dynamite there. I didn't mind that at all. Yeah, we'd have to spec into Consecration, and I'm not going to spend the talent point for it because we're not tanking dungeons. What it would be was, it would be a big mana cost to only tick a couple of times per fight and deal like a little bit of extra damage, so like it could be worth it to you if you wanted to blow through mana. But without planning to fight multiple guys at a time, and without planning to do any dungeons, Consecrate is kind of worthless to me as a talent point spend. Wouldn't it be cool if we could have dwarf shamans in classic era? If that was one of the few if we could just get, I don't know who on the horde side would be paladin though. I guess you can give it to Tauren, because Tauren eventually become paladins as well. Could do a Tauren pally. Are you gonna come by yourself? I hope so. Can I line of sight you? That's the other question. I can't line of sight you, but hey, at least we resisted that first shot. That was pretty fortuitous. I really need him to like run back with me a bit. He just didn't want to do it. Yeah, I'd love to see Dwarf Shaman in classic era, and then something on the horde side that could be pallies. I think would be really cool. Even if that was all they were going to open up, I would like to see just more race class combinations opened up in general for like some visual variety. I think eventually, especially people that play classic era a lot and have played for a long time, like if we had new class race combinations, that would be exciting enough to like want to re-roll, right? If you can get some cool new race class combos that you just couldn't get before in classic era, I think a lot of people would take that as a chance to re-roll. I'm not sure, but it looks like we're safe here for the moment. It also looks like maybe this guy is not spawned right now. I haven't really seen any other players. We should probably just hang out here and wait for him. Let's make sure that the platform is cleared. Everything looks good. A human druid? Oh, there was like, yeah, the Kultirans were able to be druids, and they were human. Like, if they opened it up, they probably wouldn't open up stuff like that. I mean, like, more like, I'd like to see a human hunter. I think there's, like, no reason humans shouldn't be hunters. I feel like every race should be able to be a hunter, because realistically every race would have to learn and train people to hunt for food and stuff like that. So I think you open hunter up to everybody. What else could we do that was like explainable with lore, basically, like ways that you could explain it. Virtual Echo in retail in 10.1.5, if not already today, you don't have to do all the rep grind for the races anymore. You just go to the little hall in Stormwind and you do that first intro quest, and you can unlock all the allied races that you want. You no longer have to do the big old rep grinds and stuff like that. And I don't know if that's in right now, but if it's not in now, it will be in 10.1.5, which will be July 10th, July 11th. So yeah, you're going to be able to... I don't have Cultirians either. I have all the Horde people because I was a Horde player, and I don't have any of the Alliance allied races, and I'm really looking forward to someday, you know, being able to get my Cultirians and being able to get my Void Elves. It's going to be awesome. Dark Iron Dwarves. Like, yeah, I want all the allied races on the Alliance side, so I'm super excited for that change. I've been waiting so long for that change. I thought it would happen in Shadowlands, and it never did. I'm like, are you serious? You still want me to go grind all this effing rep? Like, as a person who never really plays Alliance, like... But so yeah, super good change that they're going to be opening those up. Joe, I don't have Vulpera. Wait, maybe I do. I think I have the requisite rep to get Vulpera, but I hate Vulpera. So what I don't have is a motivation to go do their questline and unlock them. So no, I don't think I have Vulpera unlocked right now. Actually. But I do have the rest of them. The cool thing about Vulpera, I think one of their ratios lets you set a Hearthstone like anywhere in the world at like a camp or something. Is that in the game actually? Or is that something they kind of made up and then never did? I'd heard that Vulpera could make like a little tent and make that like a second Hearthstone. Oh, this guy just came right out, and it looks like maybe he has fire. Fire bad. Fire very bad. Why do I hate Vulpera? I just don't like them. I don't like short races in general because of the viewpoint the camera angle takes. When you're a shorter race, the camera is too low. I don't like any race that gets swallowed up by the ground clutter. Like when the ground clutter is higher than my character, I get really, really annoyed. So that's another reason why off the bat, Vulpera are at a loss for me. They take a big L by being so short. And I'm just like, I don't really know about them or care about them because they're fuzzy fox people. And some people are really into fuzzy fox people, and that's totally awesome. I'm just not. So, I'm not, and I can't change that. And I don't know if I hate them. You know what I hate? I hate the goblins. Yep. But I don't think I hate Vulpera. I think I don't care about them, and I don't like them very much. Alright, we got the item we need, I believe. And now we need to go open the box over in the house. Yeah, the Vulpera called, Rob. They want to know why you hate them. I don't hate them. Well, they heard otherwise. I mean, maybe Smoke. I don't know. That could be. I mean, there have been other ones. There have been Worgen before, and like, I personally don't care. If that's why they added it, then good. It's like, yeah, and I just don't like them. I like the Worgen, so it's not that. But yeah, I don't like little fox people. Some of their characters were neat, like some of the characters that we came across, like while doing the BFA stuff. I liked some of their characters. I thought their characters were cool. I just don't like them as a playable race for me. You know what race I really hate? The stupid rat people that they put into 10.1. I hate those, yeah. Those are super... Everything about them is super annoying to me. How they sound, the things they say, the way they look. Everything about them is super annoying to me. Yep. It doesn't feel like a Warcraft race, I'll tell you that. It doesn't feel like a Warcraft race. Feels like another game, a different game. It feels kind of more like a Final Fantasy XIV race, if I'm being honest. The Vulpera don't like me either. Yeah, I mean, I know. They don't. I mean, I finished off their rep. They actually, I think we're actually, like, I'm revered with them. So technically, they do like me. Technically. They don't like that I don't like them. That part's true. Virtual Echo, I did see the Warcraft movie. Yeah. It was an okay action flick. And that's about the only positive thing I can say about it. And I don't have any negative things that I feel the need to say about it. It's just because there's so many races in the game that, like, you know, you can feel that way. It's good because if you can feel that way, Lael, it does mean that they've added a lot of races into the game, and like at least things are like visually distinct and different for people. I'd like to see some other races be put in, but yeah. Whitney, am I gonna play Final Fantasy 16? You mean am I gonna play Final Fantasy Game of Thrones? Probably not. Nah, I watched Ko play a little bit of it, and I called every single plot event that was going to happen, right down to the dude who was obviously Ned Stark getting taken out the way Ned Stark basically got taken out. It was basically sickening. It was like in Final Fantasy 12 how the plot was basically Star Wars A New Hope, and you could find, like, you had Han Solo, and then like the bunny girl was Chewbacca, and then you had like the old dude who was Obi-Wan you had to rescue from the sewers. Then you had Darth Vader in his black motif armor. So 12 was the plot of A New Hope, and 16 just seems to be them going hard on like, what if we do Final Fantasy but we make it edgy like Game of Thrones? Westerners love Game of Thrones. Let's model each character off a Game of Thrones character, and let's tell it just a Game of Thrones story. So, you know, I was really put off by it. It didn't feel like Final Fantasy. It's not the evolution or the way that I want to see Final Fantasy go in. And I think for Final Fantasy stories, the only good Final Fantasy stories that are ever going to be told again are going to be told in Final Fantasy 14 in the MSQ. Because yeah, Final Fantasy Game of Thrones, not for me. Yeah, Game of Thrones was fine for what it was. I get sick of any story that the only way they capitalize on big moments is by killing characters off. I get sick of like the obvious emotional manipulation of an audience. The way TV shows handle shit like that. Sometimes books handle it better because when you're writing a book, you're just literally telling a whole story. Whereas like with television shows, you kind of cater to your audience and stuff like that. Just as you liked FF15, FF15 had a Final Fantasy vibe to it. Yeah, when I didn't really like it very much, but I didn't hate it, and I didn't look at it and say this is hot garbage like Game of Thrones. So like, I looked at FF15, I was like, okay, cool. Some dude's on a road trip. That's Final Fantasy enough. Like, you know, it reminded me, the setting reminded me a lot of Final Fantasy VIII's like world, and I like that kind of world a lot. I don't know what to call it. It's not post-apocalyptic. It's like, it's futuristic, almost utopian-esque in some ways, but still modern and like recognizable. I liked the world that they created in 15. Yeah, because it reminded me of like a more visually realized Final Fantasy VIII world. Like what 8 would look like if we had like better graphics and stuff back then. So I like the world. I just didn't get into the story of it at all. Like, but that, you know, I don't get into JRPGs these days. The last, like, awesome JRPGs I played, and when I played them, I knew I was done. Persona 3 and Persona 4 on the PlayStation 2. Those were the last JRPGs I, like, sat down, played them, beat them, and after that, the stories were so good that I knew I was done after that. I have been brought some delicious food from my lovely wife, and I might go camera dark here to eat it soon. Yeah, the world seemed really cool. And yeah, and at least 15 felt like a Final Fantasy game, I guess. And again, I just can't get into the JRPG stories anymore. Persona 3 and 4 were like top notch, and I was like, okay, let's end it with that. And that was where I kind of put the cork into my JRPG experiences. I was like 22 or 23 at the time. It seemed basically, it seemed like my days of being able to relate to high school kids was at an end, essentially. I was like in my early 20s. Most JRPG stories are about kids, you know, like teenagers and kids that are coming of age. And there comes a point when, as a person, you don't really relate to those stories anymore. And the stories told in Persona 3 and 4 were very, very good. Like the character stories, the A plots, the B plots, they were all really well done. And so I took those stories and I said those were great, and I never really went back to JRPGs after that. And I never really regretted or looked back. Especially when I see hot garbage like FF16. Patrick, welcome to the stream, my man. Thank you for stopping by. We are going to fight some tigers down here. I am going to eat some food while I do that, so I'm going to turn my camera off here, and I'll probably be silent for a little bit. And we'll just kind of go from there. We don't really have a lot of actual quests that I want to work on, so maybe we'll go up on the plateau, we'll grind the guys that are just a little bit higher level than these ones. That is probably what we'll do. It seems like, especially at a higher level here, we're seeing less and less people basically in Stranglethorn every time we're here, I feel like. Nerdstrong, good morning. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Yeah, you just missed me shoving a bunch of food into my face. So now I can probably play for a little bit more now. And right now we're just grinding. We don't have anything super exciting to do. I don't have any quests that I want to take on at this level, and I'm trying to really think about where we can go, what we can do, and nothing much is occurring to me. We might have some stuff in Alterac, possibly, maybe some stuff we could pick up in Arathi. But yeah, I think we're just out of quest at our level. We've got the level 37 stuff here, and that's basically it. Yeah, the cam has to go off when I eat. I'm not co-carnage and I'm not comfortable enough, like, just letting people watch me feed myself on stream. It seems a little bit weird. I did, man. Yeah, I did. I took a look. I appreciate that. I'm thinking that, like, right now, the only guild that I really have in mind is probably going to be on the hardcore server when that happens. So yeah, definitely for that. When I think about other versions of the game right now, like Wrath or Retail, like, I don't even want to log into those games enough to feel like okay putting a raid team together right now. And like, that might change one day. I try to think about how I feel about Wrath of the Lich King, and I don't know that it will. But yeah, I definitely want to get a guild together for the hardcore server. And then probably also when we do the seasonal stuff. So, you know, they talked about having a new season. I'd like to have a guild for the new season too when that happens. Obviously that'd be like 2 different servers, 2 different points in time. I think the seasonal one would be probably more fun because we'd be able to do a lot of runs together without like the threat of dying, and just like being able to do dungeons more than once is always fun. So really, like, when it comes to guild stuff, I'm actually more excited about the season of Classic Era, just because I feel like that would allow us to do a lot more and have a lot more fun. That's kind of what I'm thinking about guild stuff right now. Emiria 01, hello in chat. I'm not the daddy in this situation. just to be explicitly clear and upfront. Philip, they got you playing retail just for the XP buffs, man. They did their job on you, man. That's what those XP buffs are supposed to do. They're supposed to bring you back to the game. So if they got you to log back in and play, they did a good job. They got me back on the Evoker for a couple days, and then I tried to do a 5-man dungeon. And then I had to sleep. After that experience, I had to sleep. It felt almost like as bad as it felt when I'd lose a hardcore character. That's how bad the experience was. What I learned is, like, next time I want to put my feet back into retail on that character, I just pretend like 5-man content doesn't exist. And I'll have a much, much better time of things. I just made a really stupid mistake, you know? It's like, let's try to grind some 5-mans. That'll be fun. No, there is no fun in 5-mans. 5-mans are not for fun. Yeah, I think a lot of people do that. I think a lot of people just kind of, you know, you have your sub, you pay your sub, and you just play whatever strikes your fancy that day. That week, you know. That's the cool thing about WoW right now, is like, no matter what flavor of WoW you like, there is a flavor for you. You can have Classic Era, you can have Wrath, or you can have Retail. And they are all, like, distinctly different from each other. And I feel like that leaves WoW in a pretty good place right now. Like, cumulatively, all together. What happens when that balance changes a little bit? I don't know what happens then. Like, what happens after Wrath of the Lich King? I don't know. I don't know if Blizzard really knows right now, or if Blizzard is still really trying to figure out what happens after Wrath is over. We'll find out at BlizzCon. We'll know what their post-Wrath of the Lich King plans are probably at BlizzCon. I would hope that they'd have some news for us then. Jess, you missed Pandaria? I literally missed Pandaria because that's when I took a break from the game. was during Mist. After me and my friend leveled our pandas together, we played so much, and then I was like, yeah, you know what? I need a break. And I took a long break. I took a break until Warlords of Draenor. Oh god, what an expansion to come back for. I think a lot of people would like to see like a Mist of Pandaria re-release. I'm not calling anything after Wrath Classic. So I'm not, when I refer to like a Cataclysm Reforge or Mist Reforge, I'm not calling them classic anymore. Because I don't believe that they're classic, but I do believe that with Mist especially, there's a large chunk of the player base who really enjoyed MoP. And thought that like system-wise, class-wise, raid-wise, even like endgame stuff. I remember like doing a little bit on the Timeless Isles, being able to feel like you were running around exploring and you were finding stuff, you were fighting enemies, and it felt really natural and good. So I feel like, yeah, a lot of people love MoP. I wouldn't mind seeing a MoP reforged. I'd be much more interested in that than a Cataclysm, because I actually didn't play a lot during MoP. So for me, it would be a really cool experience. Because a lot of people talk really kindly about their time in Mist of Pandaria. And it's funny because Mist was when my wife learned to play the game. Like, I got her started playing Mist during a time that I didn't really play. And she played a lot in Mist. Yeah, Joe, the XP buff is gone. Bye-bye, Joyous Journeys. See you again in the lull between TOC and Ice Crown. Alex, welcome to the stream, my man. Thanks for being here. We're just killing stuff in Stranglethorn right now. We have no quest we really want to do. Nothing sounds good, nothing sounds appealing, everything sounds dangerous, and so we're killing green stuff. And we're staying alive. Operation, do I have a favorite actor? I don't watch a lot of movies, man. I think back in the day I probably had a favorite actor. Like if you'd asked me in my 20s, I probably could have named some guys. Like my favorite actors are the guys who've been alive the longest, like Harrison Ford. Probably my favorite actor. Yeah, let's go with Harrison Ford. That was an easy one, actually. It just took a moment's thought. I just don't watch a lot of movies these days. Mike, hello, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Harrison Ford's a badass. He flies his own plane. He crashes it all the time. But he flies his own plane somehow still. Yeah, the time in my life when I spend lots of time like watching movies is like gone, I think. Especially the time in my life when I'd spend time watching movies that I've seen before. You know how like you just watch your favorite movies sometimes, you just turn them on to watch them for like the 100th time. Yeah, I used to do a lot of that stuff. And I just don't have time for it anymore. Eventually you just find like other stuff to do. Have I considered doing a series where I focus on leveling up a profession? Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it. I'm so bad at leveling up professions, even in my, like, core gameplay. I wish I could be better at it, and I wish I could have, like, a better basis for wanting to do that kind of content, and feeling like me doing a professions leveling video would be valid for anybody. Especially as someone who, like, doesn't do a good job of keeping their professions going. It would probably be a way to, like, ensure that I keep professions going if I, like, did videos about professions, but... We did a fishing stream the other day. That was, like, the closest I've gotten to doing, like, a professions video, and that was kind of fun. Miriam, my wife played in Mist. She leveled the character, and she really enjoyed it. And then we had our son. And recently, she's been putting her toes back into classic. I kind of want her to get to a point where she's proficient enough that we can do like a hardcore duo, like for like an immersive series. But yeah, she's been playing recently when she has time, but no, she did not consistently continue to play after Mist. She played during Mist, and then, you know, real life happened. But she's been sticking her toes back into the game. Although she also likes playing a lot of single-player stuff. Last night she started up another Hogwarts run to do a Hufflepuff. And to make some like different choices about how much dark magic we use, because we used all the dark magic in the first run. And I kind of really enjoy watching her play single-player stuff, so I don't push her towards World of Warcraft, because if I push her towards WoW, like, yeah, we'll be able to get to play together, but then like my most enjoyable outlet for watching single-player games happen won't exist anymore, because we'll be using that time for WoW. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. I'd love her to get into WoW, but I need her to keep playing single-player games so I can watch her play. Dragonflight is 50% off now, isn't it? Like, the upgrade cost on Dragonflight is really, really low right now. Especially, like, I feel like... I don't know if owning Shadowlands would help anybody with, like, a cheaper cost, or if it's the same no matter what. Oh yeah, Joe, sorry, I didn't see it, man. I got the Horde flag here. I'll move my head out of the way. Yeah, so depending on what character we're playing, I'm gonna move them. They're on like little like command hook clippies, so I should be able to unclip and just kind of move them. Although getting even command hooks to stick to like a porous concrete wall in a basement is a little bit of a challenge that I've been having to overcome, so we'll see how that goes. Johnny Hoover, hey man, thanks for being here. You haven't missed a lot. Yeah, we did some stuff in Desolis, we did the escort quest, we did some Naga stuff on an island, and we then retreated. We've retreated back to like the safety of killing green enemies in Stranglethorn. So that's what we're doing. Shadowlands was given for free. They should pay you to install Shadowlands. At least they gave it for free. They definitely could not charge anybody for it, you know, because no one's ever going to play the content ever again. So that's good that you didn't have to like pay extra. I remember when you had to buy each expansion. You know, you had to have fully purchased the prior expansion to get the next expansion. I don't think that it really works that way anymore, obviously. Like, someone's not going to come back to the game after, like, not playing since Mist and have to buy, like, Warlords and Legion and BFA and Shadowlands. So, like, at least it doesn't work like that anymore. That would be awful. You got Shadowlands free because you stopped playing in BFA. So, yeah, you own BFA. You never bought Shadowlands, and then you grab Dragonflight, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah. Buy the new game. That'll get you caught up, I guess. They do make it really easy for people to pick back up and get into retail. I feel like they don't try to make it super expensive. Obviously, they want some money out of you if you don't own the game, but I feel like they at least make it easy for you to be able to jump back in. Oh, I'm gonna have to open the world map here, guys, and we're gonna have to have a little chat about like what we do want to try to do next and where we do want to try to go next, because killing greens in Stranglethorn is fine, but it's not gonna get us to level 40, so we're gonna have to come up with some kind of plan. Some kind of plan will have to be enacted that involves questing. Jason Shields, yeah man, I am feeling a lot better. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the illness I had has basically run its course, I feel like. I am feeling about as 100% as I ever do. So like, I'm like at a solid 94%. Virtual, you like running the auction house in retail? That's why you play retail? I mean, you could run the auction house in classic era too, just not hardcore. Yeah, you can use the auction house in classic era if you're playing like on a normal server. But you just can't use the auction house in hardcore. Okay, are we safe here to pop the map open? Probably not. Not for very long. What did we get done? What's turning in down here? What is this? Goblin sponsor. Oh, the Goblin sponsorship. Okay, okay. 20. Yes, yes, we'll turn that in. That's fine. What else? What else is going on across the world here? We ran away. We ran away from Swamp of Sorrows, so that happened. We gained a level since then, though, so maybe we could go back to the swamp. We could maybe progress this kill quest. Since we did gain that level. Joe, the Pally is as geared up as the Pally's gonna get my level 80 Pally, if that's what you're asking about. They have mostly Nax gear, and they're probably never gonna gear up much more than that. Unless something like significant changes about Wrath of the Lich King to make me interested in playing it. Okay, let's Hearth to Booty Bay. Yes, I think that's right. We'll Hearth to Booty Bay, we'll get that turned in. And then we'll fly up to Darkshire. Yeah, that's really, if we want a quest, we can go back into the swamp and we can fight those cats, the spiders, the crocolisk. We can try to take our time. And at least that way we'll be killing creatures, getting the kill XP, but we'll also be trying to push a quest forward. Because without doing that, it's gonna be like 10 hours a level. If we wanted to just kill greens, it would be about 10 hours a level, which is a little bit too long for me. Corey, welcome to the stream, man. Yeah, we're still alive. We're level 37 now, so things are going good.
You got my attention. Off with you.
Alright, a 3-minute flight and then a little bit of a dangerous run through the Deadwind Pass. And we'll be back in the swamp. And we'll see. Have we finished Desolis? I've done everything we're going to do in Desolis for right now. So we did the stuff earlier over on the island. We did this stuff over here. We had a few quests to do. So yeah, we did all that stuff. We did the escort quest for the lady to get her out of the fortress. That was a big success. And we got all that stuff turned in. So yeah, we don't have a lot of other things we can do. We have a couple of one-off quests that we could probably get done at some point. You know, a couple more levels we can go down and kill the 30 undead ravagers. That'll be a fun kill quest to do once we're like higher level. We could do some of this other stuff. So yeah. Corey, that's awesome to hear. Yeah, I always advise people just go slow because you're not trying to get to a destination. Journey before destination. You're not trying to get anywhere. You're just trying to see the game and see what's in the next zone, see what new enemies you're going to come up against. I always really enjoyed getting to the next area, you know. That was kind of what pushed me forward. It's like, this zone looks really awesome, so the next area is going to look even cooler. And, you know, just seeing the different enemy types and the different animals and stuff in each area. Also, was its own little inspiration to keep pushing forward. Yeah, when I originally played the game, I didn't really know what an end game was. I didn't really know what raids were. It was something crazy happening that my friend would show me sometimes. And what he showed me of a 40-man raid was him staring at the ground, because his gateway computer back then, if he looked up at the actual raid, his computer would have exploded in on itself. So yeah, what I saw of raids was him on his hunter in a corner, looking at the wall. He's like, this is so cool. Look at all this cool stuff going on. There's nothing going on. You're looking at a corner. And so getting introduced to raids that way, I was like, oh yeah, raids, that's fine. I'm going to keep enjoying, you know, the whole world that's out there outside of your little raid corner. I think as a hunter, like, his job was to pull, so he had to, like, look up enough to pull, and then he just, like, flipped his camera down, looked at the ground. It's crazy. The stuff he had to do to raid on that PC was nuts. It was like a gateway computer. For whoever remembers the gateway PCs. He was living the life, yeah. Yep, just staring at the wall. Even in like normal gameplay out in the world, he couldn't really look up at the sky. The sky went all crazy if he tried to look up at the sky. So he'd always play like with a more like a fixed down camera angle. Those were the good old days. Okay, through the pass we go. We don't turn south. We don't hang a right. If we hang a right, we're going to run into something that could kill us. So we're not going to hang a right. I think that's what we almost did last time. Mike, level 40 for mount, man. In classic era, you don't get a mount until level 40. And it's about 6 to 7 hours a level right now. Like if we do a little slash played, we've only been level 37 for 2.5 hours. So 2.5 hours. This is how far we've got. We've got another 2.5, 3 hours to go. So yeah, technically it's only you say it's only 3 more levels. Only 3 more levels, and we'll get the mount. But 3 more levels in classic era is going to be a long time. Especially when we're kind of at a point in leveling where we don't have a lot of quests to be doing. All the quests are really few and far between. So yeah, it's going to be a slow road to 40, but we will eventually get the mount. Johnny, my biggest memories of back in the day are having to install the game off of the 7 CDs that it got. And then not only that, but then you had to let it do a big patch on internet that was like never meant to be able to download that much data. So like you spend 6 hours installing from the CDs, and then you had to wait like 6 more hours for the game to like actually patch and update. That was great. Leo, that's awesome that you have your box copies, man. I probably had one up until a couple of years ago, but that would have been the move that I would have left it behind, I guess. Yeah, you know, I think we had cable. We had cable internet, but it was really slow, you know. We weren't on, by the time I was installing WoW, we weren't on dial-up. We were on like one of the earliest forms of cable internet, and it wasn't DSL, but it wasn't dial-up anymore to where like if you played, someone couldn't use the phone line. We were not on dial-up by the time we got into, at least I wasn't on dial-up by the time we got into playing World of Warcraft. We were just on like some of the most unreliable, new and sketchy cable internet. I don't need to fight these guys. What am I thinking? Let's not fight these guys. Let's go fight the actual wildlife that we do need for the quest. A little bit further down the road. Yeah, it would hog the internet line. Yeah, like if you were doing that download, like other people would have trouble using the internet. Like, you know, you couldn't be downloading stuff off of LimeWire and installing WoW at the same time. That wasn't gonna fly. That was not gonna happen. I like that the spiders web us, but that they don't really do anything to take advantage of the web. It's hardly even an inconvenience to us since we're just standing there fighting them anyway. Let's fight some of the crocolisk. Apparently we didn't fight any of these when we were here before. We fought a lot of the cougars and some of the spiders. I mean, the stuff here is still kicking our butt, even with an extra level under us, but, you know, I think it's fine. We'll be fine. We'll just be careful, and we'll at least get this quest done. I also wouldn't mind checking out this one up here and seeing if maybe we can do that. It's level 35, so it should be possible. Should be possible for us to do that one. Do I still have any characters from back in the day, Corey? I'm pretty sure that I do. I'm pretty sure on the Dalaran server, I have a hunter. And it was Burning Crusade, so I don't think it's a vanilla character. It's a Blood Elf Hunter that's still dual-wielding. Because he hasn't been logged in since the change to Hunters came. I probably have a couple other... What I never was able to find, I was never able to find my first warrior that I got to max level. And I can't remember like what account he would have been on that wouldn't be one of the 2 accounts that I currently use. But I was never really able to find him. I looked recently. And I leveled him on the Dalaran server back in the day. And I have my other Dalaran characters that I would have leveled at the same time, and it's like there's no sign of the warrior. I try to check deleted, but it says no deleted characters, you know, because even if he had somehow got deleted, it would have been so long ago. Yeah, I wish I could find my original warrior. But he's gone, apparently. That's a good question, Alex. If you had a CD player and you put those CDs into your computer and tried to install, would it install anything that would let you play WoW? I feel like it would just get you to a point where it would connect you to the internet, and Battle.net would just actually just come and take over, and you download everything like that. I don't know if like if you tried to install it off all the disk, if it would happen. It's an interesting question, like what would happen? I think that the Battle.net browser would just take it over and get you installed with some modern version of the game. They have to have like a planned contingency for that. Like, what if somebody has the CDs and tries to install the game off of them? Yeah, then it connects you to Battle.net and then it takes over from there. There you go. There's some info. It looks like somebody's tried this before. This isn't too bad. It's not too bad. We're using a lot of mana. They get us down to not quite half of our HP. It's not too bad. I'd almost rather grind in a place like this that with higher level enemies than grind on green guys, because like I just feel like we don't get enough XP when we're fighting stuff that's green. Even though we kill it a little bit faster, I don't think the rate at which we kill it makes up for the fact that it just doesn't give as much experience. I'm sure there are some classes that just have like a much faster kill rate and then grinding on greens. Like if we were a warrior or something like that with like high damage output, then grinding on greens would probably be okay, especially if you're a class that doesn't rely on mana. Then I feel like grinding on greens is like the way to go. But if you're going to use a crap ton of mana every pull no matter what, and you're like, especially on a paladin, it's almost better to fight the harder enemies. In my opinion. It could just be like a how it feels kind of thing. But that is kind of how it feels to me. Johnny, the stream sounds good in the car with the car speakers. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I've ever had anybody listening to the audio on car speakers. That's like a new output for us. That's cool. Oh, that cost a significant chunk of our mana. We are not going to have a lot of mana left. Let's go ahead and pop one of these little guys. That'll keep us going for now. Even with the floating names, I have to say the stuff here is really, really hard to see. Look how it all kind of blends in. It reminds me of how, like, when I first started the hardcore journey on the shaman, I to make it harder, I turned off the nameplates. We were in, like, the Echo Isles, and I was like, let's see what it's like to play without the nameplates for a bit. We've done that before for, like, immersive runs. Yeah, you can't play hardcore without the nameplates. It's, you're basically just setting yourself up to get killed. Thankfully, we didn't do that for too long before I turned the floating names back on. 'Cause yeah, even with the floating names, like, look at all the red and the green, and if you're just not paying, like, super attention, it's really easy to walk right into an enemy. Joe, would I play hardcore BC? I think we've had this conversation before, my man. You know that I would. It's just not a thing people are doing right now. You can't play BC. Not only can you not play hardcore BC, you can't play BC. Period. But I think we've talked about this before. Alright, so we are only looking for spiders now, actually. Only looking for spiders, and then we'll be done with this one. We'll run up to the north and we'll see, I think it's a lost one up there that has a quest for us. One of the broken Draenei. The Draenei lore before Burning Crusade lore happened. Yes. The original Draenei. Alex, you say just don't do the escort quest. Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that advice. We had the successful escort quest over in Desolis, so had you not said that, I might have been like, hey, we had one success, let's try for another. And then it could have ended badly. In general, I probably do need to just stay away from escort quest. I got lucky to be able to do the one that we did today. That was probably just luck. Let's come down here. Ooh, let's avoid him. Let's come down here by the mountains a bit. I believe the quest giver is over here somewhere too. It's particularly nasty, this one. Do they spawn a bunch of guys at us, basically? I feel like that's how the escort quests go bad. Is like everything is fine, and then it spawns 3 enemies on you. And then in that scenario, they're either going to kill the person you're escorting, or they're going to kill you. It's like one of those two things is probably going to happen. I've been thinking about running into the Blasted Lands really quick to get the flight points. And I've been trying to remember if there's anything along the road or along the path that could really mess with us, or if we would be good to go get it. The NPC runs through every camp full of mobs. Oh, like all the little lost and broken camps that are over there? I think I know the quest you're talking about. I've probably done it on like a non-hardcore version, yeah. Like they run through like this area here is like full of guys. Did I do the level 20 Pally quest that takes us around the world? No. I don't think I've done any of the class quests this time around. Find the caravan chest in the Follow Sanctuary, obtain the wizard's reagents, and bring them to Watcher Biggs. What the hell is this? Okay, that's in the same direction we're heading for this one. Let's go check this guy out and see what he wants us to do for now. I'm gonna clear the way as we go. We're gonna fight stuff. I want a weapon so bad that I've been really tempted to do a Scarlet Monastery Armory run in a few levels. I know that only gives us like a really small chance to get a weapon, and we would be rolling off against like everyone else in the group probably. Because we'd probably get into a group with 2 other paladins, a warrior, and then like a mage. And so like anything we do, we're going to be rolling for whatever. The other caveat, like, let's say that I do a hardcore dungeon on this character, which, like, I don't really want to, but I may get desperate enough for a weapon. I'm gonna roll on anything I can use. So, let's say that I go as a healer. Okay? It's hardcore. Obviously, I'm not rolling on healer gear. I'm gonna be rolling on whatever I can use, whatever I can equip out in the world, so... It's something I've been thinking about recently, and I just want you guys to be prepared for how that's going to go down if it does happen. Like, I'm not going to pass a roll to a DPS pally on an awesome weapon. I'm not going to pass it to a warrior. I'm not going to pass anything. If we can equip it and it's an upgrade, I'm going to roll neat on it. Otherwise, it's not worth my time to be there. Obviously, we're not hunting for healing gear. You know, we can only do dungeons one time. So I've thought about that. Now, I don't know if we could heal a Scarlet Monastery Armory run in the gear we have. I really don't know. I feel like part of me says that we probably could, especially if we were just melee swinging a bit to help out with DPS. And we weren't using any of our mana on attack stuff. I feel like we probably could. That being said, I have a shit ton of gold. I almost wouldn't mind respecking to make us a little bit of a better healer if we wanted to have a shot at armory to get like a weapon or some kind of gear, to get any item, any upgrade. Let's have a look at this. The lost ones who live in the fallow sanctuary look as we do, but they are monsters. Driven mad by the rigors of our journey to Azeroth. Once our brethren, they now live in the fallow sanctuary to the east, catching or killing any who wander near. And they have stolen something sacred to us, Draenithist crystals. We lack the force to enter the sanctuary and reclaim our stolen Draenithist from among their huts and campfires, but without those crystals, we too may lose our way. Okay, so they're all going to lose their minds, basically, eventually here. Yeah, and I think if we do armory, I have to be level 40, probably. To safely do an armory run. Maybe not, maybe 38. But yeah, guys, it's crossed my mind. It definitely has crossed my mind. I've also thought about like looking for specific quests that give good weapons, like just literally going onto Wowhead and trying to find something like that, because I'm getting really desperate for weapon upgrades. At this point, I would take a great one-hander and I would go prot with it, or I'd take a great two-hander and we keep doing what we're doing. But we're gonna need something pretty soon, because what we got going on is not going to be sustainable long into the future. Alex, the sword came from a quest in Ashenvale where we had to go to the back of a barrow den and we had to kill 3 named guys. So it was a really dangerous quest at the time, and a lot of people didn't like that I did it. But we got it done, and we got this sword. But that was a while ago now, and it was like a lower level quest when we got it. And it's no kill maim, so yeah, it was never like super good. What made it good for us was that I wanted to try the different specs, so it was a faster weapon and it had the 11 strength on it, and I thought the 11 strength was pretty huge. But yeah, I'm ready to get some better gear, because I can really feel it when we're fighting these at-level enemies. We're approaching the level 40 threshold. What's going to be really, really hard is that like after level 40, especially by level 45, if you're a plate wearer, then the game assumes that you're going to be wearing mostly plate to handle combat the way that we have to handle combat. But we are not going to be wearing mostly plate because we can't use the auction house, we can't spam run dungeons, and we're not following any kind of guide to tell us where to get the best gear. So we are going to be in a pretty shitty situation by like level 45 if we don't figure out how to get some better gear going on. That's kind of what I've been thinking about. Like, that's the long game. Is that we need to find a way to get some better gear. And we can't risk it too much in dungeon runs, but I feel like stuff like armory, like I could run out of armory. If shit hits the fan and we have to get out, I could bubble, run out. We'll just bubble and run. We'll stun anybody that gets close to us. We have the increased speed, we can run out. Luke, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for being here. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Now, I thought we were going to be picking up... Oh, okay. Maybe there just aren't a lot of pickups. I see them now. The road is kind of littered with these guys. We don't necessarily have to fight them, but we might as well fight some of them. And they are kind of precariously close to the road as it is. The road is not exactly safe to travel. I talk about needing weapons. It drops a level 29 gray weapon. Thanks. Thank you, RN Jesus, for the gray weapon. We need something with a little bit more color to it. Preferably those colors would be blue or purple. Luke, this is actually Swamp of Sorrows. Yeah. It's not a place that you do a lot of stuff in, especially in Classic era. You don't really have a lot of stuff to do here, but we had a few things taking us here, and we found a couple of quests while we were here. So that's where we're hanging out. I'm trying to wait and see where this guy is going to go. Like, where is he headed? Is he just carving a path through the wilderness? Is that what his MO is? I'm just going to walk this way until I hit a tree. I don't trust that at any moment he's not going to double back on us. That's kind of what I don't trust. Let's keep an eye out for him. Just in case. Yeah, see, he's doing like little circles. I don't like that at all. He's an explorer, so he's out exploring. It makes perfect sense, but it doesn't make me feel better about it. I'll put the skull on him, that way we can track him. That was almost really, really bad pathing. That could have been a lot worse had he veered like slightly to his right. Could have been bad. Yeah. So we have to get to the blue crystals, but to do that we have to clear most of these guys out. This looks like it's going to be a two-pull no matter how am I going to get the guy... Is he in a cage or is he just in the hut? I really can't tell. But that looks like a two-pull right there. I don't really envision me wanting to do that right now. Not against these guys. Is any of this going to be doable? That's the real question. Yeah, I need you to kind of come over here a little bit. Okay, so yeah, it might be doable. Maybe. We're only going to be able to get the crystals that have one guy guarding them. I don't think we fight two of these guys. I think that would be a big mistake. We don't have any really big potions. So it would come down to self-healing. That's gonna run us out of mana pretty quickly. This guy though, maybe he gets far enough away that we can pull him on his own. Maybe if we watch him for a second here. Yeah, he's close right now. But he comes over here a little ways. And maybe if he does that again, we can grab him. And now he doesn't move at all. Come on, buddy. Work your way out of there. Come over this way a bit. Ah, shit. Okay. Alright, let's get a big heal, and then we can do this. The good thing is, they're not doing a lot of damage to us, right? Yeah, the fish. It turns out the fishing rod is not hurting us a lot. So that actually went okay. I guess we ought to get in here and get the item before we have respawns, right? That would be the ideal thing to do. I don't think I leave many of these guys alive, just in case we need a retreat, a quick retreat. We want to have the way kind of open for us. Alright, we've managed to get him by himself, but there's one coming up behind us here. And we've pulled him. Son of a biscuit. Does that explosion hurt us too? Please tell me there's no friendly fire on that explosion. Oh god, there might be friendly fire on that explosion. If there is, that's awful and shame on me for not realizing it. Shoot, come on, get him, get him, get him. Okay, good, good. Alright, yeah, a little bit of stress here in the swamp, that's true. What do we have left? We have maybe another 2 pull. These 2 pulls though, I don't know how much more we can keep doing this. What I'd really like to see is, I'd like to clear 3 of these crystals, then I'd like to see them respawn before the enemies respawn, then we just recollect them. That's what I would really like to see out of this area. Because these 2 pulls, well, they're not smart, and eventually they're gonna stop. This might be a 3 pull. This might be where we skip this guy. We're gonna skip this one. Yeah, I don't think that we can. I don't think we can do that. I think no matter what, all 3 of these guys pull together. I think that's a big old trap. Absolutely, it has to. It's a trap, right? Alright. We pulled another hunter. They're so far apart. I don't understand if maybe they're chained together. They have to just be manually fucking chained together for them to pull like that. There's really no other way. Nothing else can be happening for that. That's nuts. He was so far away. Great. Okay, we gotta heal up before we can even go in. That's gonna be like most of our mana. And now we're basically This is not the way. I want to get this quest done. At the same time, this is tough. Yeah. Paul Webster, good morning, afternoon, evening to you as well, my friend. Thank you for being here. We're in a dangerous position right now. We're on a dangerous mission and very, very high stress at the moment. Because we're just not in a safe place. We're trying to do stuff that's not safe because we don't have anything safe to really work on. I have a quest for the named guy. Yeah. What's the named guy gonna do to me? Is he gonna summon some friends or something crazy like that? What's going on over here? We have... Does this guy have a pet? Is it a pet I see? Am I seeing things? I really can't tell. There's the escort that we're not gonna do. There's the patrol behind us that I didn't see. Awesome, awesome. This place is super, super sketchy. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any way we take this named guy. I don't know if that happens. Especially if this guy back here has a pet, like it seems like he might. I really can't see it enough to tell. We are in Swamp of Sorrows. I'm glad we can cleanse whatever that 4-minute debuff is, because I bet the debuff is pretty crappy. So I'm super happy. This is the second Tiger Bane that we got. It keeps throwing this weapon at us. Here's a dagger. I don't know if we sold the other one, but yeah. This is the second Tiger Bane we've gotten to drop. That's a BOE. So like the universe is trying to give us a weapon, right? Apparently I'm just not focused enough on what I need that weapon to be, look like, seem like. You know, it's giving us this weapon. Now what's this guy got going on here? What is this? Do you guys see the little thing next to him that I can't really target? What is that? Why can't I target it? It's an imp. It is an effing imp. And these guys are gonna link, right? There's no way we pulled this shit. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Unreal. Yeah, there's no way we pull that on either side because they're going to be chained together. If I pull Otegu, the Imp's going to pull with his Warlock. If I pull the Warlock and Imp, Otegu is going to pull. Unless we... You think we could pull him from this side? Oh, shit, he body pulled. Okay, yeah, problem solved. He body pulled. We fixed it. We fixed it by just totally effing up. Yeah. It worked out. Sometimes you make a mistake and it works out. This is one of those times. Let's pull him all the way back. Hey, there we go. Okay. One quest done. Right? And I don't even know where that quest turns into. Maybe back in the Shimmering Flats. I have no idea. No clue. Not any ideas. But anyway, that one is done. So now we just need to see, can we get 2 more crystals? That I don't know. The biggest hope we have is if some of the ones that we already got have respawned. That's really like the only super big hope we have. I see one over here that we can maybe get. Then again, no, this is the 3 pull. We can't get that one. And the ones back here have not respawned yet. We're just in a terrible spot here. Just an absolutely terrible place to be at. There was a chest near the Imp. Yeah, it probably has an epic axe in it. But we're not gonna find out. We are not finding out today. I see this one back here has respawned, which gives me a little bit of hope that maybe we can get back there to it. Janos, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, can we... Yeah, we can get this guy right. We're fine here. We can actually go right into his melee range. Let's pull him back a little bit. But not too far back. Because we've got activity here in the water behind us. Oh, we got water. We got activity everywhere near the water. Let's position him back towards the road a bit. It's apparently going to be the best place for him. So that when he runs, we have a minute. Oh, he called for help or something, didn't he? It looked like he made a calling for help motion, but I didn't see it down here. So this will be 5, and if we can clear this one again... Oh, there's another chest over here. If we clear that again, that'll be 6. Right now, the only thing I've been reading is I've been reading through Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere books. So I started with Mistborn Trilogy 1. I read the second Mistborn Trilogy. I just finished the second book of the Stormlight Archive. And I'm reading a little bit from the short story collection before I move on to Stormlight Book 3. Yeah, I've been reading Sanderson books for like the past few months now. It's been really awesome. Okay, yep. I really want him to get a little further out, because there goes that. That plan just went away. Yep. Let's go ahead and we'll use one of these. I'll try to only get them in the blast and see if maybe we don't get hit. I need a big crit. I gotta get a crit. I gotta get a big hit. We gotta kill this guy so we can heal. I can't heal until I've only got one of them hitting me. Oh my god, please go down. This is bad. Very, 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 very bad. We are not going to have the mana to finish this one properly. We're just going to have to hope. There we go. Yeah, we have to hope for crits now. Now we're just in the boat of like, it's just a time thing. We'll get a little bit of mana back and that will help us. But this has to be the last thing we do here. Yeah, we have to get out of here. We've pushed our luck a little bit too far and it is running dry. It is running dry. There we go. Okay, let's heal up, let's grab the item, and then we turn this quest in, and then we're out of here. Bring Noboru's cudgel to the leader. What? What does this want me to do? Is there a named guy over here sometimes? I didn't see a named guy. I don't know if I really want to hunt that down. Lael, start with the first Mistborn books. Yeah, there's some good reading orders. If you just look at what I do is I try to look at the publication order. Usually, like, the order the books are published in is like a really good way to read them. Some people like having specific reading orders. I will say at least read Mistborn, the first trilogy, and then books 4 and 5. Like, so the first 2 books of the second Mistborn trilogy before you really step into the archive. It doesn't matter, really. You know what I mean? Like, you could enjoy them on their own. But at the end of every book, basically, and especially at the end of trilogies, you learn something more about the greater universe, because all of the stories in the Cosmere, it's in the same universe, so eventually some of these characters are going to meet, like, across different planets in the universe, and that's going to be really cool. So it helps to just either read them in the order they were published, or check out a good reading order, of which people have different opinions on, like, what the good reading orders are. But definitely first Mistborn trilogy first. That'll tell you a couple of things. The first Mistborn trilogy will really tell you if you like Sanderson as a writer. And the Mistborn books compared to, like, the Stormlight books are just, like, conceptually easier to tackle. They're conceptually easier to tackle. They're not as thick as the Stormlight Archive, and that helps. But also, like, it presents to you like a very unique world that you have to wrap your imaginings around. And once you get used to that, and you're used to Brandon's, like, style of writing, then that's going to help you enjoy the Stormlight Archive a lot more. You could just jump into the Stormlight Archive, but you'll enjoy it more if you read the Mistborn books first. That's my TLDR answer. Yeah. Did we get anything from the chest? I wasn't paying attention, like, to anything that happened. Yeah. Oh, we did. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Alright, so we are gonna get out of here, I think. Oh, this guy patrols. Yeah, we're not finding him. Let's go get this one turned in, and then by then, 6 minutes on the Hearthstone, we should be able to hearth out. Mark, you think the Blasted Lands flight point is safe? I've thought about going to get it. I've thought about going to get it several times. I think I'm still gonna wait on it. You know, Darkshire is not a bad flight point, and like I don't think we're gonna be coming here a lot. So I don't think we're gonna be coming here a lot. Otherwise, I'd be fine grabbing the flight point. And there probably is a really safe way to get to the keep, but there's probably also a chance that I just aggro something really stupid that's 10 levels higher than us, then it kills us. Lots of things could happen. Yeah. Do I have a favorite class in WoW? Historically, the Warrior has probably been my favorite class that I have the most fun on. But what I've played most in my time with WoW has been the Paladin. If I look at my experiences in retail and now here, I'd say Warrior is the class I consider one of the funnest, and then Paladin is a class that I've ended up playing the most of. In hardcore, my favorite class is like the one that's alive right now. That's how hardcore has been. My favorite class is the one that's currently alive. What are my thoughts on the Star Shards ability on the Night Elf Priest run that we're doing? I like it. It's very flavorful. Yeah. I thought it was a very flavorful addition to the class. Obviously, it's not super useful. You know what I mean? It doesn't do a lot of damage. You have to channel it, so you really can't do anything else while you're doing it. But I thought it was really cool. I was really happy to get it and to be able to see the ability. I'd never seen it before. We'd gotten Devouring Plague on our Undead Priest, and that was cool too, but that was kind of on a bigger cooldown. So I liked it. I wish more race class combinations yielded something specific to the class. Or specific to the race, rather. Do we have the crystals? We do. And that's all he has for us. Okay. So, yeah, we could hearth out of here. I really don't have a lot of other stuff that we can go do. We didn't get the reagents. I feel like that's fine. This place is really too dangerous for me to want to spend a lot of time here. I feel like eventually heading back over to Dustwallow would not be a bad idea. Inevitably. Mike, this is the first area you're in the first Warcraft game? Like Warcraft Orcs and Humans? I don't think I knew that. I know that this zone is underused and underrated, that like not a lot goes on here, but it's obviously a place where they can do a lot more. I'm kind of waiting out the Hearthstone right now before we do anything. Oh, that's just so rude. So rude of you, Swamp Jaguar. Very, very rude. Maybe we go turn this in. In a minute here, I'll open the map and try to figure out where that would turn in at. We can't read it right now because Questie does not want us to. Oh, this goes to Booty Bay. Okay, so yeah, we'll hearth back and we'll get this one turned in. For some reason, I thought this was going to take us out to like the Shimmering Flats again. But that is not the case. Thomas, have I considered doing a no commentary playthrough? Yeah, I have. I've considered shutting up in the past. It just doesn't really suit me. I think like the immersive stuff, like what I'm doing right now on the Night Elf, on the Night Elf Priest. I think that's like pretty quiet. I try not to say too much. I try to like just kind of read the quest. Every once in a while I'll talk about something. But the cool thing is now that I have the streams to kind of chit chat, you know, I don't have to work any kind of like chit chat into the recorded videos, so they get a little bit more immersive. Would I do commentary free? I would do commentary free if it were like a more cinematic video game. Like if I was playing like a horror game or something like that, then that I would probably do something more like that, like narration free. But it would have to be like a story-driven, a narrative-driven game for me to really be interested in that. Like if it was something like the Dark Picture Anthology games, I think that those would be cool to do with like zero commentary. Zero distraction, like kind of pulling you out of the game. Thomas, humorously that you say that, a lot of people listen to my recorded series to fall asleep to. And like I said, the Night Elf one, I talk very little except to read out loud the quest. But there's not a lot of like exciting chitter chatter in my recorded series. But you might be able to find like people, sometimes I think people do like flight points, they just record the flight point, so it's like wow visuals, wow music, and like you're just on a flight. Might be able to find some content like that out there. I feel like someone's had to have done that. Do I play board games? You know, not like big board games. I play board games with my son and my wife. Sometimes we play board games. Like Monopoly Junior. That's a big hit. It's been a while since I played like a big adult board game.
Yo!
We own the Warcraft Wrath of the Lich King board game. It's actually on the shelf behind me. I want to play this, but we haven't gotten around to playing it yet. So it just sits on my shelf and looks pretty. That's the kind of board game that I'd like to play. But you gotta watch a YouTube video to learn the rules adequately. You gotta read through the rule book, and then you gotta convince someone to sit there with you and play it. So I don't have a lot of friends, so it's hard to play video games when you don't, or play board games rather, when you don't have a lot of friends that want to hang out.
Adventure awaits.
I got it on sale. My wife got it for me. Like, it was on sale somewhere really, really cheap. So it was a pretty awesome find. One day we'll actually play it. Deliver the fuel regulator blueprints to the Shimmering Flats. Okay, for how much experience are we doing that, though? This one is the one that goes back to Desolis. This one goes back to Shimmering Flats. Either way, I'm hearing that we want to head back over to Kalimdor to get these turned in. That's what I'm hearing. Johnny Hoover, that's a good question. I actually don't know. I don't know the answer. It was at Target, Amy? Yeah, that's what it was, right? It was on sale at Target. I don't know if I have a funky letter in that character or not. I don't remember. It's on... what server is that one on? I think that one's either on Mankrik or Pagel. Mankrik, I think.
Hey there. Be careful.
Urfen, you could, but we're still not going to play board games together. Sorry, man. Alright, let's get on the boat. Let's... oh, look at that. The boat is coming in. I'm going to pop out of my seat for the boat ride. I'm going to hope I get back in time to get off at the dock. I'll be right back. It looks like I made it back with plenty of time. That's awesome. Nikolai, how do you set up hardcore mode? You want to download the hardcore add-on from CurseForge. So same place you might get other add-ons, just search for hardcore on the CurseForge. That'll have you install the add-on. Just make sure that you have the add-on installed and running when you create your level 1 character. As soon as you log in, the hardcore add-on will pop up a few things for you to start your journey. It'll give you some of the rules and details and stuff like that. But yeah, you want to have it installed before you create your character. And that's about it. And you want to make sure you're on one of the hardcore servers. This is only important so that you'll be around other people doing the challenge. And so if you want to do 5-mans, you can. So if you're in the EU, you want to play on Hydraxian Waterlords, and if you're in the US, you want to play on Bloodsail Buccaneers. So Hydraxian Waterlords for EU, Bloodsail Buccaneers for US. And that's where people are doing the hardcore challenge right now. Christopher, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you checking out the stream. That's awesome. We are doing well today. Alright, so now we fly down to Gajikstan first. Let's do Gajikstan first, and then we will fly over to Desolis, right? Yes, okay. If you check someone's hardcore tab and the window disappears, doesn't mean they don't have the hardcore add-on. It probably means something weird's going on. It could be disabled. Yeah, Alex, absolutely something weird is going on. If you try to go into their tab and like anything weird happens, then they could have it disabled.
Talk to me.
They could just have some kind of weirdness going on with it.
Hurry back.
I've been trying to check people's hardcore tab today when I've been near them. So far, everybody I've seen has actually been passed, which is not the same as it was when I checked the other day. I found a couple people in pending, and it seemed like a lot of people were in pending. But today, people have been passing. Yeah, I've gotten really interested, especially seeing at the higher levels, like who is actually verified and who is not. Miko says, my first character, give gold please. No. Everyone, make sure you take Miko's gold. Yeah, if you see him out there, make sure you take his lunch money, okay? No beggars. We take lunch money from beggars around here. Yeah. You checked the 58 the other day and the window disappeared. Something sketchy, man. Dude didn't get there fully legit. He's got something going on. Yeah, I feel like people, like I said, I think a lot of people put hundreds of hours into the character. Something happens, like maybe hour 20, maybe hour 50, maybe hour 100, and they die. But they think, well damn, I put a lot of time into this character, so instead of not reviving, I'm going to revive. And instead of deleting my character, I'm not going to delete my character. I think a lot of people get to that point. He was in full epics. Then yeah, he's not doing the challenge, right? I mean, yeah. If you see somebody walking around and they're in a full set of epics, or they're like level 40 and they're in a full set of blues, they're probably not following all the rules of the challenge. It doesn't always mean that maybe they've died, you know, maybe they haven't died, but, you know, if they're walking around in a full set of amazing gear, then something else is going on. There's either been some gifting going on, some trading going on. I would say auction house, but I don't think a lot of people even put stuff up on the auction house. I can't check. So, yeah. But yeah, if you see somebody high level in a bunch of awesome gear, they're probably not part of the challenge officially anymore. Yeah, Smoke, my interest in Diablo 4 hardcore runs went out the window the first time I encountered the Butcher. Yeah, I was like, oh, a random chase mechanic. I will fucking pass on that. I will fucking pass on a random chase mechanic a la Resident Evil 3 inside of my heart. So yeah, we're never gonna... We're probably never gonna revisit Diablo 4 at all, but it did definitely, stop me from ever trying a hardcore run, which could have got me more immersed. Like I thought, because I was getting really bored of the game, and I said, you know what helped me get really immersed in WoW was hardcore. I was like, maybe what would get me really into my character in Diablo was if it was one life. But just when that thought was forming in my head, I got murdered by the Butcher, and I said, yeah, fuck that. We're not doing that. So. Yeah, I had entertained the thought, you know, yeah, hardcore Diablo sounds cool, but nope. Nope, nope, nope. Mike, the game felt boring to play. Yeah, people say it's really great. I think that some people really love the flow of the combat and, like, the ease of most of the combat. I think that's, like, cathartic to some people, and they really do like it. But for me, playing it on the 2 classes that I tried, it did just feel boring. It felt like it was boring to play. It felt like it must be really boring to watch. And like, so yeah, for me, that's just a no-go, right? Yeah, and the world was the world, you know? It's like you're gonna see the same looking zones, you're gonna see the same looking dungeons over and over again. Yeah, the Butcher just comes out of nowhere and just ends your run. I was stupid. I thought maybe we had to kite fight him, because I didn't realize they were putting a chase mechanic into the game. So I kind of tried to kite him for a little bit. By the time I realized that we were never going to kill him, like, it was too late. You guys are saying playing Diablo 4 is fun to you, but watching is not. Yeah, I can definitely see that, yeah. Because it doesn't seem like it'd be fun to watch anybody do any of it, except maybe just to watch their hardcore characters get killed. That might be fun to some people. But yeah, there was no real, like, sense of immersion, or exploration, or a sense of the unknown, or, like, really anything I look for when I look for, like, an RPG to get into. So, and I don't know if it's the genre, because I played, like, some Last Epoch. I actually have some Last Epoch on the channel, and I was really enjoying that run. I'm waiting for 1.0 for Last Epoch, so I don't think it's, like, necessarily the combat, but in Last Epoch, like, they had different kinds of zones, so you weren't just stuck in, like, the black and gray and white and blood red. It was like, you could get to, like, fantasy-looking zones, you know, that it felt like a more complete world. So, yeah, I'm thinking when Last Epoch hits 1.0, we're gonna do the full campaign, because that campaign story actually interested me. Whereas the Diablo campaign story had a lot of things that literally put me off about it. There were entire aspects of the characters we'd been introduced to and how we got introduced to them that I thought was, like, really awful and off-putting. Having to babysit the undefined young girl after murdering her mom, like, kind of put the story to bed for me. It was just kind of cringe, and I didn't like it. So yeah. If you're gonna give me a little sidekick in a dark fantasy game, don't make it a young girl of indeterminable age. Just give me an actual sidekick to go around with. That would be fine. So yeah, I got the story just turned me off. I had zero interest in pursuing the main story of Diablo. Even to see the kick-ass, you know, FMV cutscenes, I didn't have any interest in it. I'd much rather spend my time on, like, something like Last Epoch, or, like, I'm kind of digging the overall story that's happening. Oh, Tukin, I did not. I don't even know what a donin is. It could be a character or it could be a croissant. That's how little any of D4 stuck with me. The quest with the baby and the oh yeah, the side quest with the spirit mom looking for the dead baby. That was awful, if that's the one you were talking about, yeah.
Money, friend.
That was a terrible and senselessly insensitive quest that I just like really thought, why the fuck is this in the game? Why is one of the side quests we're helping a mom's ghost look for the dead body of her baby? Maybe we just write about something else instead of dead babies. Maybe we do that. And they could have wrote about anything, but they didn't. They wrote that. And so yeah, that was disgusting. There was a lot of disgusting things that I bounced off of the stories in D4. So yeah. Zero interest in ever going back, basically.
Glad I could help.
And yeah, Lael, it's really effing expensive. Oh yeah, and like, no, it was too expensive. I paid them extra money to play it on the day it really released. So yeah, I definitely felt that. It was bad. Alright, let's run back down to the south. We need to get ourselves on the long flight back out to Desolis, actually. It's going to be a bit of a long one. Tomas, yeah, I played for about 4 hours too. Probably a little bit more. But that was about all it took. And I can't imagine... Yeah, like, because they didn't adjust the price for like different areas of the world, so... You're still paying like the full MSRP no matter where you live at, and that's like particularly atrocious. We played a druid for a while, and then I tried a barbarian. And yeah, I've been told that both of those classes are the worst class in the game! And my question is, if you got like 4 or 5 classes, and you got 2 of them that are the worst class in the game, then your game seems kind of fucked to me. Honestly, because that's what people told me. I played barbarian, and they're like, oh, yeah, that one's also boring. I'm on the druid, they're like, oh yeah, the druid's the most boring thing in the game. It's super boring until this point. And then the barbarian people said the same thing. Oh, you know, it's pretty boring. And I'm like, maybe the whole game is boring. Maybe everything is boring. Maybe that's the reality. Maybe the reality is all the classes are going to be boring to me. The barbarians seem like if we got to a point we would just be spinning all the time, which would have been okay. But as cool as that would have been and as powerful as it might have been, it always was going to be boring though. That's the thing. Jay, welcome, man. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for stopping by the stream. And Philip, Druid's your favorite class? That's awesome. Like, yeah. Like I said, there are people that love the game, and by that same token, there are people that love this or that class. Like, everything I did in the game felt boring to me. The dungeons were all really samey. The side quests were so stupid that they just shouldn't have existed. There should not have been side quests in the game. It should have just been like map objectives and stuff that you do. It should have been no side quests because they're all boring and stupid. And the main story was kind of lame to me, and there were parts of it that I just emotionally bounced off of really quickly. So it's like, it's game of the year for some people. You know, for some people, Diablo 4, game of the year, best game ever made. And those people aren't wrong. They've had awesome experiences with the game. I just didn't have any of those experiences.
Time is money.
And I gave it a decent try. I gave it a bit of time. If I have to try 3 characters to like the game, then that's too many characters. I'm just not gonna like it. Look at this guy. Look at this one-hander. Look at this guy hanging out. I don't know.
Hurry back.
I'm getting pretty bored. Do I see a prot respec in the future with those 2 shitty items? Absolutely, possibly. Yeah. Absolutely, possibly a prot
Great to
respec.
meet you.
Witcher 3, an incredible game. Even today it stands up. Yeah, recently my wife did a full playthrough of the Witcher 3 base game. It's like a 100-hour playthrough. What I would do is sometimes during the day I would get on and I'd farm up like some of the Witcher gear and hunt down the actual Witcher gear stuff so we can see the different sets. Yeah, Witcher 3 is amazing. It's too bad they ever thought that they had to stop making content for that game, that they had to move on to anything else. How fucking cool would it be if every 2 years for the past like 6 or 7 years we had gotten a Witcher 3 expansion, you know, of the quality of Blood and Wine? You know, what if we got that every 2 years? How fucking amazing would that have been? to just keep getting those amazing stories told in that world, in that game engine, in that universe. But no, you know, they felt like they had to move on to Cyberpunk, and that eventually we have to get a brand new Witcher that may or may not be good.
See you
You know, we have no idea if it will be good or not. Yeah, I always just wanted more Witcher 3. I thought if you can sell people in a DLC for like 30 or 40 bucks every couple of years, you have this amazing base game built with all this content. Why don't you just keep doing that? Why would you bother making a new engine, designing a new game, building all these systems from the ground up when you can do more in this world that already exists? And yeah, it just kind of sucks that they didn't feel like they could. Oh yeah, sorry Nikolai, I missed you there. Yeah, EU, Marlena has you. EU is Hydraxian Waterlords. So if you're in the EU, that's your hardcore server, and if you're in the States, you're looking for Bloodsail Buccaneers. And then just make sure you have the hardcore add-on running when you create that level 1 character. But hey guys, there's a lot of cool games coming out, you know. We don't even need to talk about D4 anymore. We got like, you know, Starfield's gonna be coming out eventually. Crazy stuff that I didn't think about, like the remake of Fable. There's also a couple of like Oblivion style, like first-person RPGs. I forget the name of the one that seemed really good. I gotta get a list together of like all the RPGs, but also Baldur's Gate. Like the new Baldur's Gate game is gonna come out, and that's gonna be incredible. So I'm really looking forward to the Baldur's Gate game. I'm really looking forward to, hopefully looking forward to Starfield. Yeah, it's Bethesda, so that one could go either way. Faraway Ranger says, WoW is the only game! Some people feel that way. Auntie, what's for dinner? It's too early here to think about dinner yet. It's only 3 in the afternoon. Dinner is whatever my wife wants to make or order me to make. one of those things. That'll be what's for dinner. And I kind of just like leave that in her capable hands. Have I played Breath of the Wild? I played this much Breath of the Wild. I played this much of all great Nintendo games. And then they render in 30 frames a second, and I get sick to my stomach. And so shame on Nintendo. Fucking shame on Nintendo for A, not creating a piece of hardware that can run at 60 FPS. Shame on them for that. And double shame on them for not exploiting how much people love their games and selling them later on the PC like every other game company does. Sell your games twice. Sell it when it comes out to the people who want to play it right away, and they can play it on your microwave oven that runs it at 30 FPS and looks like hot garbage. You take these beautiful games they make, games like Zelda, that just the artwork is sheer beauty, and you run them on this piece of crap hardware that has no right to be connected to my TV. I have a lot of strong feelings about Nintendo, because they make some damn good games, and some of the studios that work for them make some amazing games. I can't play a game in 30 FPS in 2023. I don't want to. That's kind of how I'm at. Like that's where I'm at. I'm not gonna play the new Zelda. I don't give a shit if it's Game of the Year. I will play it when it's 60 FPS. All I want is 1080 60. I don't care about 1440. I will probably never play a game in 4K or 8K, but you have to be able to output in 1080 60 for me to be able to play it. It just makes me sick to my stomach when I try to watch these games render in 30 FPS, and that's if they maintain 30 FPS. Usually a Switch game goes between 15 FPS and 30 FPS. It's completely despicable what Nintendo does and how they operate, because they just hold these games hostage. And then when people try to use emulators, they shut that stuff down hard. Because people just want to play the games in 60 FPS. You know, they want to play the games, but like, there are people like me that I won't play them. I won't give them any more of my money. 60 FPS or nothing, yeah. Absolutely. 60 FPS or nothing. It's 2023. They do this shit on purpose, you know? Yeah. Just exactly. There are people who are just gonna miss all these great games because they won't play on a Switch. It's like, it's a little bit better if you have the OLED and you just play it in the handheld mode. It's like, it's almost bearable. It's just, I can't even support it. I can't even support it. It's sad, because yeah, they did the Metroid Prime remake out of nowhere, the remake or remaster of Metroid Prime, which was one of the most amazing games of all time, and I knew just not to touch it. I knew just not to ruin my memories of it from the GameCube, because the GameCube for its time was an amazing system, because they waited so long into the generation to do anything, that by the time they did anything, it was like halfway into the next gen. And the GameCube was the only time that Nintendo just they ended up on a hardware that wasn't a piece of shit. But then they took that hardware and they made the Wii with it. The Wii was like basically just the GameCube graphical engine and graphical hardware with the stupid motion stuff. And then they stayed on that hardware until the Switch, basically. And when the Switch was created, it was already on hardware that was like 12 years old. It has like a processor in it that's from like cell phones that were created like 12 years ago. 15 years ago, so it's a complete garbage platform. Nintendo's never going to do anything good for its fans or its users. That's just not the kind of company they are. They're the kind of... They own intellectual properties, and they abuse intellectual properties for people's money, and they hold them hostage on shit hardware that costs them nothing to make, and then they sell the hardware for $300. And it probably cost them like $45 USD to assemble a Switch. And they'll turn around and they'll sell it for $300. Yeah, I can't support really anything Nintendo does. They're not out of touch with their customers. That's like saying that they give a shit. Being out of touch means at one point they were in touch and that they cared. But they're an ancient Japanese company, and they don't care about you or your love of their games. If they did, you'd be playing their games in 1080-60. Lael, if you look at like Konami as like an entity, I think Konami as a Japanese company almost got into video game producing and making by mistake. I feel like they were a company that did other things, and then somehow they ended up also publishing video games. And so, I don't think we see a lot out of Konami these days. We see like they have a couple of like their main franchise, but has Konami made like any big games recently? Yeah, you're probably never gonna see like another actually good Castlevania for sure. Yeah, that's it. That's what it is, Leo. It's the pachinko machines. Yeah. That's what it is. Yes. So it's like they were video game adjacent, right? And they're like, hey, these video game things, how about we get into those too? And that's kind of how Konami got into video games. Is they did the gambling machines, the pachinko machines and stuff, which is basically gambling, by the way. And then they got into video games kind of off of that, which like completely by chance. They're like, hey, how about we invest in video games and have a video game part of our company? And that's how that happened. So they also are one of those like really old Japanese corporate entities that like super exist just to do well as a company, and they don't give a shit about the people who love their games. They probably don't really care about games as an art form at all in general. So yeah, there's that. And they probably make a lot more money off the pachinko machines than they ever were able to make selling video games, especially trying to sell their games in a Western market. Was probably just like, after a while, it probably just didn't make them enough money. I will get to the road, and then I think we just take the road for this one. Maybe we could take the road through the Kodo graveyard? That might be like a little bit of a shortcut. Actually, you know what? We can't, because we have to get around all those mountains, and those mountains are going to be very, very restrictive to like where we can and cannot travel. So we have to take the long way. Hades was awesome, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my wife put about 200 hours into Hades. I watched about 100 of those hours. But yeah, Hades was an amazing game. What a great way to to offer like the story as part of the meta progression was really, really cool. Like the fact that like you have meta progression in the systems, but also what's happening is that you are progressing the story every time you die, and you're learning more and more about the characters every time you die. And it just is like a masterfully crafted game. And the way it got that way is probably because it was in early access for a long time, so they were able to build it up, they were able to have people playing it, giving feedback, and over time they just built it into this great game. Tomas, do I have any social media? Not really. I don't have a big social media presence, and I kind of like to keep it that way. I have a Twitter account somewhere, but I couldn't tell you the last time I used it. The social media presence I have is like whatever exists on YouTube. I've never been a big social media person. I don't like trying to communicate thoughts to like tons and tons of people in text. Especially text that is limited by like a hard cap character count. It's just never appealed to me. Do I play standing up? No, I'm sitting right now. I just practice good posture. It's hard, but it's worth it. I'm 6'4" and I weightlift. So if I don't have good posture or use good posture, it's gonna hurt my back. But I am sitting down. My goal in life is to have a desk that can go between sitting and standing. I'd love to have a desk that could raise up and I could stand. It would definitely let me stream for longer if I can get up and stretch my legs. Actually, will I do a dungeon on this character? I've been contemplating it, but so far no. So far the plan is no dungeons, but as we get higher in level and I don't get any decent gear, I've kind of been contemplating at like level 38 or 39 doing a Scarlet Monastery Armory run. And just needing on everything that drops, because yeah, Armory has a lot of stuff that we could potentially use, so we might do an Armory run eventually. Nikolai, how do you show your health and mana? You mean like the portrait here? These start up in the corner, but these should be on by default for seeing your health and your mana. If that's what we're talking about. If that's what we're talking about. What kind of chair do I have? A crappy one. It's an $80 chair. The key thing about not hurting your back is to build up the muscles in your lower back and to build up the muscles in your abdomen. And if you build up those core muscles, that's going to be what helps you not hurt your back. Your chair can do some things for you to make you more comfortable, but yeah, ultimately your posture is going to be up to like what you decide and the muscles that have to support your posture. So I have an $80 chair, and as long as I sit the right way, like I have no back soreness when I get up. Sometimes my legs get a little stiff from sitting too long, you know, especially if I've like used them and all that day, they'll get a little stiff. But I don't usually have any back pain once I get up, and I have a cheap chair. So. Jess, take care. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Have a good rest of your day. Virtual, you can ask how heavy I lift, but I'm not going to say anything about like how heavy I lift. I don't lift very heavy these days. We'll kind of say that. Yeah, these days I do about 80% of what I can do because I work out at home these days, so I have dumbbells and a bench. And it's more than enough equipment to keep me maintained where I like to be. But then again, I'm going to be 40 this year, so I'm not exactly trying to lift my max anymore. The last time I was trying to lift my max weight, I was probably like 30, sometime like 30, 31, 32. I was lifting pretty heavy, and then just isn't really a point for it. I got this far in life and I have never had a workout injury that's been like very severe, and I count myself very lucky. And so one of the things I do to make sure I maintain that record is that I don't push myself very hard these days. I mean, the thing is, when we're not actually in a gym, me talking about how much I lift is just going to be seen as bragging. It's either going to be not understood, or it's going to be seen as bragging if I try to talk about how much I lift. If you catch me at the gym, you can see how much I'm lifting. We've done a lot of running around today. I feel like it's worth it. It's like at some point you have to do this running around. You have to get all these individual quests turned in. You have to do the one quest here, the one quest there, and it's just... We are in the thick of it. We are in the level range when, like, a lot of people can bounce off of Classic. This is the level range. People get to this level range and they're like, oh my god, what in the hell am I supposed to do? There's nothing to do. It's like, there is stuff to do. You just have to travel really far for it, and then you do the one thing, and then you go somewhere else. And that's kind of what today has been like. Although, you know, that being said, we're pushing through the level, you know? We're pushing through the level. Even with all the traveling that we've had to do today. We're not doing too bad. I'm not sure if she's going to have another follow-up, or if we're going to get to go grind on more Centaur, or exactly what the end game is here. I don't think I've ever gotten this far on the quest chain, because I don't think I ever went to Swamp of Sorrows to do this, so this will be new to me. Yes, this is the shard of which the earth whispered. I can feel strong magic in it. I will use this magic against the enemies of the Gelkis. You may have done, or you have done one more task for us. Okay. Maybe soon we will call you friend. Actually, I'm already friendly with you if you check my rep. The earth speaks to me and it says that the Magrum grow weak. Now it is time to kill their Khan. Is this an elite quest? Is their Khan going to be an elite? I certainly hope not. Where did it put the quest? I didn't even see it. Oh, right here. Here we go. Let's see. Iron, I played some Warcraft 2 and then I got really into Warcraft with Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 was what kind of brought me into the universe wholesale. Was when Warcraft 3 came out. I had to build my first computer to have a computer powerful enough to play Warcraft 3 when it came out, because the home computer we had, it didn't let me boot the game up, and that was when I learned about RAM. That was when I learned about video cards, and that's when I learned about all these magical parts that are in the computer that make it do things, is when I tried to put it onto just the computer that we had, and it didn't work. And I was like, what the hell? I play Age of Empires 2 on this computer just fine. It's like, well, Warcraft 3 is a little bit different than Age of Empires, it turns out. Requirements are a little higher. So yeah, Warcraft 3 is where I got my start. I played StarCraft, you know, before that, like the original StarCraft. So, kill the leader. Okay, kill the leader. He's not an elite. They are not an elite. Khan Gen. So, we're doing some more running, it turns out. Yeah, Alex, yeah, Warcraft 3, man, it was really easy to fall in love with it and with the world. It, like, you know, I was aware of the Warcraft world from playing a little bit of Warcraft and Warcraft 2 back in the day, but it really painted a picture of this, like, whole world that was, like, existing with these characters and these magic systems, and it was, like, super intriguing while also telling you, like, a good character story. You know, they pull you in with, like, the lore, the story, the graphics. The game was fun, right? The biggest part was that the game was fun to play. But yeah, it had a lot to offer. It was easy to fall in love with it. And it's funny because, like, Warcraft 3, like, just playing through that game, it always struck me as the kind of place that I would really love to just, like, sink into and explore. And so when World of Warcraft came out, I was like, oh, okay, I can do those exact things that I wanted to do in Warcraft 3. Like, I wanted to be boots on the ground exploring this amazing world. Iron, I didn't get into Diablo 2 as much as my friends did way back in high school. I was a little bit older than them at the time, and while I played a little bit of D2, like back in the day, I didn't get into it the same way, and I think it's like thinking about it now and how I don't really enjoy Diablo games even today. It's the aesthetic, you know? I prefer the full fantasy aesthetic as opposed to like what Diablo offers is just like that really, really dark fantasy. And some people really like that, and that's their thing. But what I found for me is I like a fantasy that's a little bit more balanced out. I do like dark parts of my fantasy, but I also have to have that like tempered by lighter parts. If that makes sense. And that was why I never really got into Diablo. And prior to D4, I tried to like learn a lot about the lore. They had these really good lore videos up on the Diablo YouTube page. So I even got really into those and tried to like learn about the lore and see if I could like get into it. But as you would expect, the lore itself is also equally as dark as the landscapes. So it was really interesting lore, but it didn't really do a lot to pull me in. Diablo 4 creates a world, or Diablo itself creates a world that I want to avoid, not a world that I want to sink into and explore and get lost in. I guess that's like the main difference. Diablo's world feels like, is obviously openly hostile to everything. Whereas like a Warcraft world, like a lot of things are hostile, but it also just gives you like this fantasy landscape that you can kind of explore. Could we do Kodo roundup? Can we do this one? I feel like we might be able to. What do you guys think about this one?
Talk to me.
Bring 5 tamed Kodos and the Kodo combobulator back. Take the combobulator, use it on any ancient, aged, or dying Kodos.
Keep it real.
Let's go try to do this one. This could be some easy experience for us. I don't really know if I'm trying to hit level 38 today, but I may be thinking about trying to hit level 38 today. That may be a goal. We've been at it for a while, but I feel like we're okay. So I slap them with this. Do I have to fight them first? Oh god. What happened with that? Some kind of add-on problem. I guess we don't have to fight them first. Alright. Alright, well, I'll take it. Yeah, see, I can't imagine Elwyn Forest in Diablo. That's part of the problem. Yeah, I guess I like the balance of, like, wow, you know, you go into some places, like Duskwood, and obviously it's really dark. Then you have places like Elwyn and Loch Madan. I really do like having the balanced zone so that when you kind of get overwhelmed or you start feeling oppressed, you can go somewhere else that's like lighter and prettier. Alright, we got him here. He has stopped. I guess, do we have to click him? We might have had to click him. It might have... Yo, click him. Yeah, Lael, click him. Nice. Yeah, I was wondering, is it like a let him sit or a click him? We gotta click him. This seems like it'll be really easy. I'm sure we'll have to fight a little bit as we take the ones on the outskirts. We might have to fight our way in a bit. The Plastic Nerd, welcome to the stream, my friend. I appreciate you being here. Virtual Echo, yeah, I've been on for 4 hours today. Yeah, which is a lot for me consecutively. We're at a point where I don't even know how well my legs will work once I stand up. Although I got up a couple of times. It shouldn't be too bad. Okay, I see no Kodos here now. It's like we had the one easy Kodo. Here's an aged Kodo. This guy's already doing it. I can't believe we're being competed with for this quest. That felt super annoying to me. Especially as I clicked the item up here and we got the error message. I have to click it down here. Alright, let's try to grab this guy. It's too bad you can't grab several of them and then kind of walk them all back together. It does seem to want us to do this one at a time, which is what we're just gonna have to do. I hope we can't leash them. I hope we can't get too far ahead and like reset them somehow. That would be super unfortunate for us. Yeah, I mean, in classic era, if it gets you experience at all in this level range, it can't be wasting time. That's like, if it gets you any experience at all, it's worth it because it's so hard in this level range to find stuff that gives you a lot of XP. We're not going to have a town full of quests until we can go into Tanarus, and ideally you wouldn't go into Tanarus until you're like level 42. This is a little bit too close to the Horde camp. I don't really like that very much. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Level question mark question mark. Okay then. Oh, that did not complete the cast. Super sad. The Plastic Nerd, the questing here is okay. Yeah, there isn't a ton of stuff to do. It's worth it to come here for the centaur stuff. Because you do a little bit of grinding on centaurs, you have to get their rep to a certain point, and that gives you time to kind of grind out a level. But then the quests do end up sending you all the way to the Swamp of Sorrows, which is some of the stuff that we just did last that we had to bring back and turn in here. It's a cool area. There's some, you have to kind of come here a little bit. I feel like in Classic Era especially, it's good to come here a little bit, but there's really not a lot to do. The Horde, they have a little camp over here. And they have a camp kind of right where we were at. So I feel like the Horde, they might have more to do here than the Alliance. And a lot of stuff in Kalimdor is like that. A lot of stuff in Kalimdor just has more stuff for the Horde to do than for the Alliance to do. I can use these guys. This was the patrol. I can use these guys for this? Oh, no way. Oh my god, that's so much better. That's so much better. This person's gonna grab at least a couple of them though, right? That's the problem. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. JB, when you said a pack behind me, I thought you meant like a pack of enemies. You meant this pack. You meant the pack of Kodo that we could just easily click on, right? Cyan, welcome, man. Thank you for being here. Go for a surf or watch some WoW. Dude, get into the water. I can't surf, but like, if I could just go get into some water, if it was like that easy, I'd probably go get into some water. Unless there are sharks. If there are sharks, I'm not going near it. But let's pretend that there aren't sharks. Or jellyfish. And then I'm in. Let's actually just make it an in-ground pool that's like pH balanced, chemically controlled, and then I'm in. But I would say probably surf. If that is within your skill set, you should do that. Not that I don't appreciate you being here. That was really easy. I liked that.
Time is money, friend.
Ooh, look at that. Strength, agility, and stamina. Probably better than the 9 edge. That's great. Hey, that's an upgrade.
Glad I could help.
That is an upgrade. And it kind of matches everything else we got going on, so that's good too. Alright, now we can come down here and try to take on the leader. See what that's going to be like. Canon G, welcome to the stream, my friend. We are just hanging out here in Desolis. We're actually working on a quest to kill the leader of our opposing clan. We're pretty close to level 38. Not sure if I'm making it a goal to hit that today. The thing about it is, like, it looks like we're close, right? It looks like we're close, and if we had 4 or 5 quests to do here, then we would be close. But we have 1 quest. We have 1 quest to do, and that's not going to get us a lot. It's not going to get us a lot. Yeah, people keep talking about how close we are to the mount, but it's gonna be like 20 more hours still. We got a while. We can't get excited for the mount yet. Yeah, we really can't. When we're level 39, then we can get excited, okay guys? We can't get excited yet because, like, if we do a slash played here, we're gonna have been level 37 for about 5 hours, so like even if we continue at 5 hours a level, you guys can do the math. I can't do it. 15 hours. Yeah, we're looking at 15 to 17 more hours, even if we keep gaining XP at this consistent rate that we have. And it's gonna be a while. Alex, you think Alterac or South Shore? We did a little bit of stuff in those places. We did a little bit. I just don't know if we did it all, if we have more to do. Assassin's Contract. Okay. And the Yeti Fur Cloak we can't do. The Foreboding. We didn't get the encrypted letter. I feel like we should have had a quest to go up into Strombrod for Lieutenant Insignias of some kind, but we never got that quest, so I'm not really sure what I was thinking of. Although maybe it chained off of a quest that we just never did. I don't think I have a lot of forgotten quests really anywhere. We did a pretty good job of kind of going through all the zones that we could go through and kind of tackling stuff as we could. So unfortunately, I don't think I left myself any, like, good gems to return to, like, really anywhere. We could maybe do Wand Over Fist eventually. Princess Trapped. Yeah, we can maybe go back to Arathi Highlands and do a couple things. I saw that we need the Bloodstone from over in the Kobold Cave, so we can at least go do that at some point. Ashley, what's been my favorite and least favorite zones? I kind of view everything through the lens of hardcore these days. My favorite zones are zones like Mulgore, zones like Elwyn Forest. I like Loch Modan a lot, like as far as like aesthetically pleasing zones. I like the Hinterlands a lot, even though you don't really do a lot in the Hinterlands. I think it's a really cool zone. My least favorite zones? Well, it's zones that look like the surface of the moon. Desolis is okay because you have parts of Desolis that are very different and they look very different. But yeah, I hate zones like Korthia, or, you know, things like the Badlands and Burning Steppes even kind of get to me after a while, because it's just like blasted moon rock. Not a lot of beauty to be found in blasted moon rock. Duskwood I like, but Duskwood is kind of similar, like the darkness and oppressiveness of Duskwood get to me if I spend too much time there consecutively. I like to go between Duskwood and Redridge. That's like a good aesthetic juxtaposition of the two, of like dark and light. This guy, he should have ran to the cave and asked, or to the tent and asked for help, but he didn't do that, so we got really lucky. I'm kind of assuming the leader is in this tent, though. That's kind of what I'm assuming. The kobolds might be green at this point, Alex. They might be, because I kind of forgot that we had this quest. No, yeah, well, level 37, so yeah, probably not. Probably not. This is an immediate runaway type of situation. Absolutely. Absolutely an immediate runaway. Squidman, you're doing a shaman on classic? Dude, shaman are awesome. We're gonna do a shaman the next time we do a hardcore character on the official Blizz hardcore. We're going Tauren shaman. Shaman is a really fun class to play. We're gonna go two-handed enhancement. We're gonna be like a magical warrior. Yeah, with a big two-handed weapon. It's gonna be amazing. Lael, you've been working on your fishing? 200? That's awesome. Yeah, I gotta do another fishing stream. Maybe sometime towards the weekend. To continue to level that up. Yeah, this guy has a friend in here, which is not really cool. How do we want to handle this? I wish I had one of those items that roots people in place. I'd love a nice sticky glue right now to stick this guy. I'm gonna try to put DPS onto the con, and I'm gonna try to leash them so that the other guy resets. I don't know if that's going to happen. If that doesn't happen, then I'm gonna pop Blessing of Protection and run away. So let's put some damage into this guy. I kind of want to kite him like this. What I'd like is for, you know, the one guy to drop and for the con to stay with us. There we go. We did what we wanted to do. I'm gonna potion up here and we should be okay. We got it. We took him out. I wasn't sure if that was gonna work. I'm super glad that it did. It was a little nerve-wracking, yeah. I didn't have sweaty palms yet, but had the guy stayed on us for much longer, the palms would have probably gotten sweatier. I didn't really want to have to bail out of the plan, you know, because there was no other plan for successfully killing him. I don't think we can stand toe-to-toe with those guys long enough for me to even kill and loot the one guy and then actually get away, so that was really the only plan that was going to work. We got super lucky that it was successful. We can get this one turned in now. And I still really, I don't know where that leaves us quest-wise. We still are not going to have a lot of stuff to do. I kind of thought that with the Centaur we'd have to do another grind phase where we'd have to grind up the rep a little bit more, but after the initial like friendly grind, that never happened. I think I just used to think that the rep grind was a lot harder than it really was, because it really didn't take us long to grind the rep we needed to get going. And I think I just have some like misconstrued idea that it was supposed to take a really long time. Yeah, we're friendly with them. Yeah. Now someone told me, and Alex, it might have been you, that Rexar is not aggressive. And like, I want to believe it. I just don't know if I want to believe it enough to risk it. So we are just gonna go off the road and fight some stuff and kind of go around him a bit. So I don't want to risk it. And we accidentally aggroed the Kodos instead. That is sad. It's really sad. Sorry, Kodos. You're dying, you're aging, and we were just slapping you for no reason. Totally rude. Go give him a hug. Whitney, that's just bad advice. Rexar doesn't look like he wants a hug, to be fair. Alex immediately blames Wowhead if anything goes wrong. I know, man. Yeah, we're not going to test it. We'll get close enough to him, but we'll mainly be going around him. Like, if he's not aggroing us from here, then he probably doesn't have a huge aggro range anyway. Like, we can fight this guy, like, right next to him. And it's obviously fine, right? He doesn't really seem to care too much about us. He doesn't seem to care I'd like to see him just take out a demon, you know what I mean? Like, why is he not fighting some of these guys? Zandkar, are you playing Wrath or just Classic? This is Classic Era. Yep, this is not Wrath of the Lich King. This is the Bloodsail Buccaneers server, which is a Classic Era server where everyone's doing the hardcore challenge. The problem with this little stretch is that the demons to the sides of the road are a little bit chunky, and I really don't want to fight the demons either. My choice is like fight this Infernal or possibly aggro Rexar. I don't like those choices. I'm only severely uncomfortable with where I'm at right now. Okay, yeah. This is not gonna get me anywhere. I need to be able to get past him. I need to be able to get past him, like, right now. Because I don't want to walk behind him the whole way. That's gonna really, really, really annoy the shit out of me. So, let's cut through right here, and if we aggro something, we just keep going. We don't stop. It looks like we're gonna be fine if we can kind of get ahead of him and get back onto the road a bit. Oh no, I don't like it. We're too close still. I don't like it. I am not cool with this. Okay, yeah, he's minding his own business. He's not a threat to us at all. Until we brush up against his bear the wrong way and he puts an axe in the back of our head. That's what happens next. The bodyguard for hire thing, I don't think we've ever come across that quest. We might have seen a caravan once, but we didn't. Is this them right here? They never seem to have a quest for us. So I'm not sure what exactly is going on with that. Angelique, thank you for being here. I appreciate you stopping by the stream. Greetings to you. It's a good time to come back and play WoW. You know, not even to say get into hardcore, but come back and play Classic Era. Even the normal Classic Era servers are really popping off right now. And basically wherever you land in Classic Era, because they kind of have the servers clustered together, you're going to have players around to play with. So it's a really good time. It's a really good time to get back into any version of WoW. And you have 3 flavors to choose from. You got your retail, you got your Wrath of the Lich King, and you have your Classic Era. And then you have Classic Era Hardcore kind of as like a fourth method to play. Khan Jen was strong but stupid. He thought his own strength was great. He did not see that earth magic is stronger. The Bagram Centaur will now fall without their leader, and the Gelkis will one day rule. I bet they don't even rule by the Cataclysm. You've helped us against the Magrum. Now help us beat the Maradin. Kill the head of their clan, Khan Haratha. Oh shit. This is not going to be easy, is it? Because that's an amazing piece of gear. 14 strength. It looks pretty cool also. Maintain your reputation with the Gelkis. Bring the Maradin key. Oh, this is a Maradon quest of some kind, isn't it? What is this silliness? Oh yeah. Ah, yes. Okay, we can just go ahead and forget about the dreams of ever having that chess piece or anything even remotely as good. Yep. Marlena says the clans in Dragonflight are so sappy compared to these guys. Yeah, absolutely. I think about like the most recent race they added, like the mouse people, mole people, or whatever they are. Whatever they are, I hate them. And I don't feel... I feel like when their place gets lit on fire and all that happens, like I'm totally fine with that. Because I had a yard once that was full of mole holes, and it was like kind of like a tripping hazard, very, very hazardous. So I don't really care for the mole people very much. I feel like they're a race that would have been more at home in like Final Fantasy XIV. I feel like that would have been a better home for them. They're not very Warcraft-esque. And like, yeah, the Centaur, especially like the differences between the Centaur and the Centaur in Classic Era, they tried to kind of model them off of the Centaur. But it's like thousands of years of being alone on the Dragon Isle somehow just made them like calmer and better. Whereas you'd think like thousands of years of just being left alone to like war with each other would have made them like more barbaric, but it really hasn't. So yeah, it's different. Obviously like retail's approach to like how it portrays races now has to be informed by like current geopolitical alignments and other social considerations. They can't just make races be the races that they are in the game world. They have to be like modeled off of their social beliefs and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just nothing is as good, right? Because nothing seems as genuine. Where do we go from here? We probably just go back to the Bay of Booty. Yep, I think that's really all we can do. We could think about it for a minute. we could pause for a second here and kind of look at the map and think about some things, but I really don't think that there's really anything to do here in Kalimdor, unless we want to go to Theramore. Unless we want to try this stuff again, level 35, level 36. We haven't even tried the Murloc one yet, but we're waiting to get another Murloc quest for a guy with a sword. Geez, yeah, let's... If we want to do that, we have to run all the way back. That's the other thing. Let's hearth out, and we'll kind of think about it. Miko quest helper? We're using Questie. Questie is the only quest helper that we're using. Yep. Alright. Guys, I'll tell you what. It's been a long stream. I've had a great time. I really appreciate you guys being here, but this is going to be a great place to take a little bit of a break. We don't have a lot that we can do right now. We have small things to do here and there, and we will continue pushing that stuff forward. We're not going to hit 38 today. We will hit 38 tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for being here and for hanging out. I really do appreciate each and every one of you stopping by. And as always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world, and take care of each other. And we'll see you back here again very, very soon. Bye for now.